Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. My favorite gamer words tonight's Wednesday stream. I hope you all doing very well tonight. I hope you're doing well. If not, I honestly shouldn't be too bad of a stream. You know, maybe some gray pills in here, but you know, it shouldn't be some deep, dark, depressing stream. You know, like sometimes it gets. It's gonna be a little bit more chill. We're gonna go full react Andy today, and react to a couple videos. That way, there's a backlog for when I'm gone next week. So, yeah. I mean, there'll be a little bit of news in there to break it up a little bit, so we're not going like back and forth between a bunch of videos, and that kind of deal. But yeah, it should be nice, chill, fun, and some black pills, and lots of rants. Probably lots of rants. I haven't watched the videos, so I don't know how they're gonna go. But at least one, I'm assuming I'm gonna make lots of women hating rants. I'm just going to assume that's the case because women. Am I right? And since I brought it up, reminder that I will be gone the 14th through the 24th. So there will be no stream this Saturday, and I won't stream until Wednesday the 25th. So Friday will be the last stream before I'm gone for the 10 days. So don't forget me when I'm gone, okay? Okay, I'm nervous, okay? I'm not sure how badly the world's gonna explode while I'm gone, but it probably will at this rate. Let's see just how things go. But but I'm excited. I'm excited. Also this Friday, as you know, Friday's usually the early streams at 2:30 p.m. EST. That will still be the case. However, after that, there on the Archcast on Arch's channel, we will be having the Vampire RP, the second episode. Then, and that was originally supposed to be at 4 p.m. But surprise, surprise, people have a life, and so therefore we have. I know we're gonna like push it back, but I don't know what time it's gonna be pushed back to. Uh, like, it's not. Sorry, a video just started going off. Okay. I'm not sure what it's gonna be pushed back to. I think it should be 6, but it might be 5. I'm not exactly sure. But whatever it ends up being, EST will affect how the stream goes and how short the stream is on Friday. Because if it's 6 p.m., I can probably just do the normal, 3-hour length. If it's 5 p.m., then that's gonna be 2-hour length, So I know it's not gonna be 4 p.m. I just know it's gonna be sometime Friday afternoon, evening. It will more than likely affect the early Friday stream. What I'll do is I'll raid you guys into Arch's channel for that. I'm super excited to play the second episode. I have no clue what we're doing. But I get to be a cat girl. So, what more could I ask for? What more could I ask for? There. Oh, don't shoot your friends in the back, Jumal. No, but I want to shoot them in the back though. Like, it sounds so much fun. For those that don't know, Arch hosts a vampire campaign, Vampire the Masquerade campaign. Except we are Nazi vampires set in 1941. So yes, we are actually literally Nazi vampires. Literally role-playing. As they used to say, because he had a campaign years ago that he did. But that that was years ago at this point. Now he's redone it here. Let's see. Yeah, so here's the VOD from the first one. From 10 days ago. Recommend checking it out. It was lots of fun. I play as a cat girl. And I may or may not have performed 2 acts of friendly fire, but it's fine. Did you know there was a 1 in 4,700 or a 0.0213% chance for me to roll 3 ones on back-to-back rolls? God is real, chat. God is real. But then we'll have the second episode this Friday. And I'm excited. I'm excited. Hopefully not to shoot more people in the back, but we'll see. Cause it was really honestly, we kind of screwed. Oh, that really screwed us over. Because we had a boss fight and I guess I'm gonna spoil the episode even though I just said to watch it. But we we had a boss fight and we had to flee the boss fight because we were so underprepared and in such bad health since I shot 2 of my teammates in the back. It was such a mess. But it was so much fun. So that'll be Friday. And then, like I said, I'll be gone from the 14th to the 24th, and I'll be back on the 25th to start us streaming again. During that time, there'll be videos released on the channel. It'll be greatly appreciated if you give them a watch. That way there is technically content. And God, who knows, if the world does explode, then, well, I'll at least have something to talk about when I get back on the 25th. Are you playing a double agent? Because I would genuinely assume your cursed or enemy was shooting your allies that often. No, God loves me. God just gave me the wonderful luck of because I had to roll like 6 dice. Like you had to roll 6 d10s to attack. And the 2 times I actually did attack, 3 of the 6 dice, both times, were 1. And so I botched the rolls. Hence why I shot them in the back. Which is the 0.0213% chance. What can I say? I'm a lucky duck. In all the wrong ways. It's highly unfortunate. Hopefully you come back married. No, my dad and his fiance will be coming back married. I will not be coming back married. But I mean, if I can find somebody in the wild, that'd be greatly appreciated. I'm not gonna lie. Like, okay. Oh my fucking god. So last week I got my hair cut, and I had a mild identity crisis from it, because I believe I got it cut too short. And even though it's been a week, it's literally been a week. I got it done last Wednesday. I still think it's a bit too short. On it. Told my dad before getting my hair cut that I was gonna get a cut, how short it was gonna be, and he said I should cut off more, which I thought was fucking strange. Because that is what he prefers, because he likes like with long hair, and obviously, while I'm not trying to be attractive for my dad, if it cuts any shorter, then we're getting into like weird territory where like it's too short, right? And like I know that's not like it really came out of nowhere, because he's always like praised me for my long hair, and how it is, and like Rapunzel and all that fun stuff, right? But I got it cut, had a mild identity crisis, thought it was too short. I get back home, he doesn't say anything about it. Like, he doesn't say anything about my haircut. No compliments, no nothing. I just whatever. And I'm like, I thought that was a bit strange, because usually he would say something like, oh, your hair looks good or something like that. Very basic. So I was a little bit miffed, but I kind of like waved it off, because it's like, whatever, like, he's my dad. He probably doesn't actually care that much about it. Whatever, no big deal, right? Well, last night, I was practicing with makeup, because it's been a very, very long time since I've really done much with makeup, and I was trying on different outfits, trying to figure out what I need to, like, what I should wear, if I need to get anything, because it's been a very long time since I've actually, like, tried to be pretty and actually put effort in my appearance. Because I just, I'm a neat. I don't go outside. I'm in sweatpants all day. Like, it's been a while, okay? So I'm like getting myself all dolled up here. And my dad comes home, and he's just like, oh, I like your haircut. And I was like, thanks? But I got my haircut last week, right? And he's like, you did? And I was like, yeah, I told you about it. And he's like, oh, I thought it was this week. And I was like, no, Dad, I got it cut last week, and you've seen me for a week now with my haircut. And he's like, oh, I just never noticed. And I'm like, it's a night and day difference. It's a night and day difference. Like, my hair was past my ass, or roughly, or halfway down my ass crack, so somewhere in that range. Depends on if you, like, fully straighten it out or whatever the case is, right? And now it's above my ass. Like, it's not like super, super short, but it's a decent chunk was cut off. In that case. And it's just like, how did you... I literally took him a week to notice. Like, I know... Like, and it's not like my hair wasn't done, because, like, when you go to the hair salon, they wash it for you, they style it a little bit, so the hair actually looks really nice, and all that fun stuff, and so, like, it should have been noticeable when I got it, and since then, like, I just go back to my whole, like, laziness, so I just, like, lightly brush, I don't really bother with it. But, like, last night, I actually, put effort in, so I know what I'm doing for next week. And then he notices it. And I was just like, what the fuck? What's going on right here? It's like, on one hand, I'm like, am I such a rat that even with my hair being cut short, it's not noticeable, and I have to actually, like, try to actually look nice and not homeless to be, like, for that stuff to be noticed? Or is something wrong with my dad, because, like, he is old and a boomer, and, like, and I know he's, busy with his fiance and everything. Like, we didn't see each other from, like, Friday up until Tuesday, which is sort of kind of normal. Usually there's a high and by there, but still, and that's the excuse that he tried to use, being like, oh, well, I didn't see you at all. for so many days, and I'm like, yes, but I got it cut Wednesday. You saw me Wednesday right after I got cut. You saw me Thursday. You saw me Tuesday before you went to work. I don't understand. How did he just not notice the massive, like, I'm getting actually concerned. Like, him not giving me a compliment over the hair. Fine, whatever. He's my dad. Doesn't matter. He has other, like, he's not, like, whatever. Not a big deal. But we're talking several inches, and the fact that he never noticed that, I don't know. Like, I'm like, is he okay? Because he is old, and it makes me a bit concerned from that aspect of things. I don't know. Just it gets me a little bit worried. Gets me a little bit worried. Hmm. When you've done your makeup so badly, Amalgamyte is forced to acknowledge the haircut in order to find something to say. No! No! I only slightly look like a clown. It's fine. It's fine. Uh, Fuck. Hmm. He was just used to your you look change and a singular thing, like in your appearance, and people will notice. You're welcome, little lady. Wait, what? He was just used to your you look change. So what? I don't understand. Was it because I changed so much, and that's what made him notice? Because that makes sense. That makes sense. But at the same time, I just, like, I don't. So old he doesn't notice a couple inches cut off ass hair length as he's old and deteriorated. It's time to put him down. No, it's a lot more than a couple inches, okay? But we're talking like ass length to like shoulder blades, okay? That is somebody else's length of hair right there. Amal, don't hold it against him, but men look at life fundamentally different than women. Oh, I'm not holding it against him in any way, shape, or form. Like I said, like him not complimenting the hair or whatever the case was last week. I was a little bit surprised because that's normally something he would do, but like it wasn't the end of the world because it's like whatever, it's not that big of a deal. It's the fact that it took him a week to notice that, and I was just like, what? What? He was used to your normal, then he saw your haircut and makeup on, so his brain finally clicked and said, yo, something different. Okay, see, that makes sense. See, that makes sense. Like, I'd rather take that over than my dad has dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever sort of, like, old person mental disorder. It's like, he already, like, repeats his stories a lot. He already, like, forgets what he tells me. He and I get, like, we don't see each other all that much, so it's like one hand not that surprising, but like we mostly don't see each other because he's so busy with work and his fiance. And this was developing even before his fiance came to his life because they've only been together for about a year now. And it's just been like I don't know. The different things like this just makes me really nervous because I know that he's getting old and I worry about him. I don't want him sent to a nursing home. My goal, my dream is that I would stay here and I would take care of him because I hate nursing homes. That's just like sending them to Maid in Canada. You're sending your parents to die. Like, I know in some cases like you have no other choice because of the situation that life has given you. Like, you live a million miles away, job, kids, something along those lines. But at the same time, like, I feel like you should try your best to take care of your parents when they hit old age because they raised you. As long as they're not like super abusive or massive assholes and that kind of deal, you should take care of them instead of sacrificing to a nursing home where they get beaten and abused by some fat fucking black lady there. And I know it's going to be happening sooner than later. And I just don't want that to happen. I just don't want that to happen. Could be a lot on his mind with the wedding around the corner, fair. But most of it's all taken care of. Like, they just paid somebody else to handle it. They're like, you know what? We're gonna go someplace far away for the wedding. We're gonna pay some sort of like middle-aged girl boss lady to handle all the stuff. And we're just gonna go. We're gonna go to Mexico and we're gonna call it a day. And so there we go. Yeah. Oh, nonsense. He's still young enough to be part of the involuntary draft. I hope you're joking, because like I don't know what the age for the involuntary draft is there. I'm pretty sure he's old enough to miss it. Pretty sure he's a literal boomer once again. Like, he is. How about this? He's older than the Hart Seller Act, okay? Literal boomer. Yeah, which is why I use him as a reference so much when I talk about immigration, because it's literally within his lifetime that America has gone like 85% white, which the other 15% being the blacks, to 55%. It's quite drastic when you think about it. Oh, so let me blow my nose real sec. There we go. If you have air in your lungs, you can't be drafted. True. And honestly, like, all things considered, minus me worrying about his mental capability, like, faculties there, he's doing pretty well for himself. Like, he's overweight, but, you know, he's, you know, white American. That's surprised, right? But he's pretty good overall. I think but I do think he's one of the cases where he'll probably, once he stops working, he'll probably die. He's a huge workaholic. He has to be doing something 24/7. And while he's definitely starting to slow down in his old age too, he's still always trying to be doing something. And I have a feeling if he ever actually does retire, because he keeps on pushing the retirement further and further back. If that'll probably be it. So on one hand, I want him to retire because he long past deserves it, and my mom really fucked with that. But what do you expect? She's a fucking bitch. On the other hand, I'm just like, okay, we're gonna need lots of projects for you, so no relaxation. Oh. And thank you, Clarky, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Both, let's see. Both me and Celestium are hateful conduct violation twinsies on Twitch, and you're friends with both of us. A base? Do you mean me and Celestium are hateful conduct violations? Because, I mean, that's true. Since I got permabanned. I thought hers was just was hers a permaban, or was hers a temporary suspension? Well, then the Twitch denied her appeal, so I thought, so maybe it's a permaban. I haven't been, like, fully paying attention to it, because, you know, VTuber controversies aren't my specialty. Like, I don't get into VTuber drama. Like, I am aware of what happened, because, you know, that pops up, and I have opinions on certain things, yes. Oh, but if it's not something that I personally talk about, then I generally don't, you know, put my full attention on it. But fuck Twitch. Honestly, good riddance. This is good for her. Because then at least from my experience, and I'm gonna number a friend for a second here. Getting banned from Twitch is free publicity, especially when it's completely unfair and targeted and like a huge harassment campaign, which is what happened to her. So, and she's having everyone and their mother talk about it, and so therefore, we can use this to promote Kick, which is superior. Once again, my little gamer words. Kick is a superior platform. You should go over there. You got a lot more fun little things over there, like emotes and head pats and no delay on the live stream and subby bubbies and different things like that. And you don't have to worry about YouTube being gay. And it helps me too a lot more as well. So Kick is superior. And then she can promote her YouTube because I know she streams there. You can maybe add Rumble, but I know Rumble is like a half dead platform, but I still like you, Rumble bros, right? And there's a lot more free speech there, even if it's a honeypot. Thank you, Peter Thiel. So or Thiel. There are different things like that. So overall, I think it's actually a good thing because Twitch is a rotting corpse anyways, and it gives her free publicity. It's just the catch for using Twitch at being banned from Twitch is that you actually already have a platform of some sort to be able to get that publicity in the first place, which she already does. So good for her. You know, I say it's a good thing. Now, is it actually a good thing she got banned because of the harassment campaign? Of course not. But I think overall she'll be better in the end. So there's my 2 cents on VTuber drama. That's very far and few between. So take it, run with it, clip it. You know, spread it to all the drama sites. Amalgamyte actually made an opinion on fucking VTuber drama, and then they're probably gonna be like, "Oh, Amalgamyte said that she deserved to be banned on Twitch." No, you fucking in-laws. But see, there we go. There we go. Now, don't ask me for any other fucking opinions on VTubers because that's not my cup of tea. That's not my content. And I know once you dip your toes into it, and then people start like clamoring for more. What's your opinions on this one? What's your opinions on this one? What do you think about this thing? I don't fucking know. They're all dumb women and cat fights. It's just VTuber fucking bullshit. I can't stand it. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Amal says she deserved to be banned from Twitch, and followed by a long string of slurs and N-words. True and real. I can imagine that right now. Akko's gonna hear about this. Amal, do you want money towards a silk dress for the trip? No, it's okay. That sounds expensive. I'm content, and I don't know, like, I don't know, like, you sent me those sites. That's just too much. That's too much. I already bought some stuff from Amazon. I've been doing lots of Amazon shopping, trying to get like a couple nice dresses, a new pair of shoes, different things like that. There. VTuber cat girl fight. Yeah. That's why, like, I just, oh god, words cannot express how much I actually hate VTuber drama. Like, I generally don't talk about internet drama in general, but like, when it's like, oh no, Asmongold, or like the Emeru situation, I don't really care. Because one, they're so big, they're not gonna know, and two, like, there's just, it's just regular, like, internet drama. There's something about VTuber drama, and specifically, that's, like, completely different than regular internet drama. I'm not sure if it's because, like, most VTubers are women, and so and then because they have, like, the anime avatar, they feel like being anonymous gives them some sort of, like, potential to be even more vile. Because, you know, when there's been studies been done that when people are anonymous, they're a lot more aggressive and would say different things that they wouldn't say if, like, face to face. Like, that's like typical internet things. But whatever it is, like, something about VTuber drama is just particularly disgusting. And it's non-stop. Every single day, there's some other cat fight where some bitch doesn't like this other bitch, and so therefore you shouldn't be friends with that bitch, and blah 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 blah. I can't stand it. I can't stand it, which is why I personally don't talk about it, because, like, if you want that shit, there's a million other people to talk about it. Obviously, Oko. Like, Oko's a friend, that's why I talk about him a lot. Like, we get along. right? There's Rev says Desu. Leaflet talks about this stuff from time to time. There's so many other people that talk about VTuber drama. Go have your fun with them, okay? Me, I don't want anything to do with it. So like even though I'm aware of certain things that are happening, as soon as I fucking talk about it, I know I'm gonna be dragged into every single controversy in this case. So I talked about Celestium, so now I'm gonna be asked about some other VTuber who gets cancelled, or whatever the case is, or some other stupid shit that goes down. And it's like, if you can't tell when it comes to cancellations, if you can't tell based off my other politics, it's obviously gay and I don't support it. Like, I'm not gonna make a statement on every single fucking thing about different shit. As for the rest of the stuff, I don't fucking care. They're all dumb whores. Every VTuber's a dumb whore, including me, okay? Takes one to know one. Yeah. And that's not specifically the VTubers, so the streamers in general. I know, but like, maybe it's because since I'm technically a VTuber, and then I'm also friends with Oko, and he's a drama tuber, and with the realm that I'm in, I see it just seems like it's a lot more vile coming from the VTuber side of stuff. And that's my observation there. Mike Tyson said that the best. The internet allows people to talk shit without being punched in the mouth. Yeah, and it's just like I just don't care. Not to mention, like, I get being a random woman on the internet, like live in my dad's basement type of deal. I'm not gonna affect politics in any way, shape, or form. When I talk about Trump doing good things or bad things, it doesn't fucking matter because he's not gonna see it and he's not gonna change his policy based off whatever I say. But at least politics and talking about them and ranting about different issues and making more people aware about different things helps on a minuscule way, right? Like, politics actually does affect you in different aspects of things. Random people not liking each other or getting into fights just for the sake of clout or whatever the case is doesn't affect you. I mean, everybody likes drama, because I'll be honest here, right? Like, there are some dramas that I've been interested in, and I've talked to Oko about it a few different things too. Just kind of like, I express my opinion about different stuff, with him, and because he's once again the drama tuber, and with a couple other people, because like I'm not gonna be like, oh well, all drama is completely above me. I'm more superior than that. Oh, little plebeians running around in the mud. Disgusting. No. Like, I have opinions on the stuff and shit that goes down. The difference is, I don't fully care about it enough to make it my content, because who cares what other people, like, who cares what two random people do? And it's only the big ones that actually matter, like Asmongold, for example. Asmongold does something, the whole world shakes. But that's because he's so big. Everybody else, it doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter at all. Constant Google Docs drop. Yes, exactly that. Is Mama Oko a he? Yes. He's a babinku, which for those who don't know, is a man who, I was gonna say pretends, but that gives off the who has a woman avatar. It's very common over in Japan. It's literally babaniku is literally a Japanese word for that kind of stuff. In that case, so, and originally the Oko model was based off a Gairu. Garu, I think that's how you pronounce it. So basically, somebody who tans a lot and dyes their hair and gets like very westernized. So he's actually very entrenched within the Japanese culture in that case, which is what VTubing technically started out to be. Is Yaru? That's how you're supposed to pronounce that shit? Yaru? That's how you pronounce it? Fucking hell, I've never actually heard anybody say it before. Giyaru. Oh my fucking god. I'm not gonna remember that, okay? I'm not gonna do that. But anyway. So, yeah. And hey, what? I can't blame him for it. I can't blame him for it. Male VTubers just simply don't really work very well. Unless you like transition into being a VTuber. I shouldn't say transition like that. But from what I've noticed, the only men that have success with being a VTuber is the ones that was making content and then eventually became a VTuber themselves. I forget use the J sound for G. What? Roll the R. I can't fucking roll the R. I don't speak the Sloppinish. Or in this case, the Japanese-ish. G Yaru. How do you even roll your R? Like Ru. Like, yeah. You specifically, I mean, like how you say GIF? Oh. What? Okay. I don't know. People are now saying different things. Huh? R's and L's are similar than Japanese. Okay, so if they're similar, then when somebody does the pronunciation things, wouldn't it be like instead of RU, it'd be LU then? So it'd be G Yaru or G Yaru Lu? G Yalu? Something like that? Giaru, no role needed. Okay, I'm getting conflicting information here. Does anybody not even know how to pronounce this either? I don't know. I'm getting confused, okay? I'm getting very confuzzled here. Yaru? No, wait. Isn't that how I pronounced it originally? Because I didn't know how to pronounce it at all. I'm aborting this. You've all confused the retard. Very true. Very, very true. Okay, I don't know. Listen, I can barely pronounce English. What makes you think I can pronounce foreign words, especially that pronounce certain like consonants differently? Too many thoughts for the void brain. Yeah, the void brain is very dumb. It's very, very dumb. Speaking of being very, very dumb, I missed the super chat earlier. Thank you, Reverend Norse, for the $5 redos. Thank you. Can't stay, must sleep. A better luck with the dice next game. So you may blast enemy instead, keeping base for a female entertaining. Well, thank you, Reverend Norse. Thank you. So I'm Mr. Super. But I hope you sleep well. Also, women can't be based. But thank you, I appreciate it. Honestly, though, I fucking hope I can actually do something in the next episode, because I didn't do jack fucking shit. I didn't do jack shit in the 5 hours and 9 minutes and 55 seconds, okay? The only thing I did was to seduce the fat man, okay? That's the only thing I did was seduce him so we can get better shit. And I got good rules on this. We got a special item for it. And nobody took the special item. So then Atari had to seduce him again to get it back. Because he lost his chance, so he had to re-seduce him to get it. That's the only thing I did. I was useless in the whole entire fight. In fact, I was a net negative. Gotta be proactive in the story. Well, I was proactive when I fucking shot two of my teammates in the back. And then I failed another dice roll when we had the boss fight. And so when I tried to use my special skill, it didn't go off. You did a lot just on the negative side of the scale. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Uh. So, if I'm not being a net positive, or at least a net neutral next episode, then I don't know what. I don't know what, man. I'm gonna end it all, okay? Before my dad and his fiance get married, I'm just gonna end it all. Then there's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's Joe over chat. Hero of the Soviet Union. Ah! Fuck. No, I'm gonna cry and blow my nose. Give me a second. Has Amal ever played Bloodlines? No, but I want to. It's on my laundry list of games I want to play. Though it's a bit higher up because of the vampire campaign. I thought I really want to stream it, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. I'll be honest, because we already have a bunch of games that we need to go through, as it is. Which once I get back from my vacation, we'll go through the list of games I need to play that's been funded already. So I might just have to play it off stream, which I don't really want to do because I feel like it would be a good stream to stream. Sorry, fucking once again, English is not my first language, but I kind of want to get the Gabe Cube, and that will help me play games off stream a lot better. And so that then I can stop being such a fake gamer girl. Is Resident Evil Requiem on the list? Not really. I've heard good things about it, minus the fact that Grace is, scrawny, but it doesn't seem like it's the end of the world in that case, based off what other people have been saying too. But the Resident Evil games in general, I do want to play after playing RE5 with Temp. Don't worry, Amal. I totally won't be adding more for when you get back. Oh, Jesus Christ. To be fair, Arch is also a bit ultra harsh. Every miss instantly hits an ally. I mean, they were okay. In both Atari and Porker's case, they were right next to. Like, Atari was, like, on top of the guy, I think? Or was that maybe before he was on top of the guy? I'm not exactly sure. And then Porker's was also near it. And it wasn't just simply just, like, failing, right? It's a botch. It's like, for those who play D&D, it's like a critical fail, right? You roll a 1. In this case, I rolled 3 1s out of 6. And so, like, it literally is a botch roll. So therefore, like, you get a bad scenario when that happens. It makes 0 sense why they sent an autistic data analyst to the field by herself. That aside, it wasn't bad. Oh, for great? Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I heard somebody say that you shouldn't play Resident Evil for the story, which I'm sitting here being like, I don't know, based off RE5, there seems to be actual pretty good story going on here, so I'm interested in it. But things like that definitely don't add up. The Japanese don't roll R, so your original pronunciation of Jiyaru is still accurate, but fun fact, Japanese U's and J's get mixed up too, so Jurian can also be pronounced Urian. What the fuck is Urian? I don't, or you okay, I don't know what that is. But yeah. What places are you using for the campaign? Foundry. Art got it all set up and added mods and different things like that. Like he did all the work. Honestly though, like, as much as I like to make fun of the Swede, he has clearly put in a lot of effort into the vampire campaign. Like, he's taking this very, very seriously. For how this is going down. He's got all this like art that he commissioned for us. He put a lot of work into getting the foundry thing set up as best as possible. He used a lot of AI stuff, which, I mean, I know people have conflicting opinions on AI, but when you are looking for something specific, you actually do spend a lot of time tweaking and getting the little details going for it, as best as possible. Then you can also go into Photoshop and actually like tweak it up a little bit too. In that case, and he had Boog make a very special trailer, for it, which I thought it played, yes, which was super fucking cool. Okay, obviously you can see the AI with that Atari's face there, and stuff like he's writing all the different stuff that's happening in the campaign. Like he's putting a lot of work into this, and so Art should get head pats too, and for what he's done, because he clearly he's passionate about this a lot. It's AI's okay for RPGs when on the fly, yeah, because like he talked about how for the first campaign they did, he actually commissioned a lot of art about it and then never used it because the party would go so off script that it just would never get used. And like he apparently spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on art for the first campaign in that case. And he's like he didn't want to do that again because he learned his lesson from that, which was many years ago. Many years ago. So he's refined himself as a GM and all that fun stuff. And that makes sense. Because what's the point of spending that much money on art if it's not gonna actually be used, because at the end of the day is a role playing game, and the players do end up changing the story quite a bit. Like for example, spoiler for this, like, we ran away from the boss fight because we were in such a bad shape and nothing was going right. And honestly, we were much more scared of him than we should have been. In my personal opinion, there seemed to be some sort of misunderstanding between us and Arch, because how he was portraying the boss was like this elder who is like many centuries older than us, very cold and calculated, very powerful, and all of us were scared shitless of him. I guess except for Atari. Atari was like, yeah, let's fight him. And so we're just like, okay, because the thing in Vampire is that the older the vampire is, the more powerful they are. We are on the younger side of things, and so this guy was like hundreds upon hundreds of years old, and so we figured like he was like out of our league. In this case. Well, at least I thought he was going to be out of our league, and I got the sense from everybody else too that was the case. Plus, with the fact that both Porkers and Atari came in, badly wounded, especially in the case of Atari, since he really got the worst of my shots. We weren't exactly a great position, and even with the fact that because Arch was rolling for the boss, right? And he just kept rolling badly too. Like he was tripping over the table, running into things, missing all his shots too, all that fun stuff. And we weren't doing too hot. So we ran away, and Arch was not expecting us to run away like the pussies that we were. So he oversold it. Yeah. Didn't he fall off the table? He couldn't be that strong. Okay, that's based off the rolls. Okay. So he fell off the table. To be fair, Atari actually flipped the table on him. But, okay. Because, yeah, he fell off the table because of the rolls. Because it's all based off chance. If he didn't fall off the table because he actually rolled properly, imagine how much worse it probably could have been. Yeah, I did feel like Arch was hyping up the potential first boss a bit too much. Okay, so it's not just like all of us, yeah. Yeah. How does resting and regaining stuff work in this game? So when it comes, Arch will let us heal completely and regain all our blood points, which is part of how we use our skills between every session. However, if we want to do it like end game, like during like trying to regain health in a fight, there's a specific way to do it. I can't remember top of my head because I haven't done it yet. I know Atari had to do it a couple times. But it's a very slow process in that case. I need details of all. As a Nazi cat girl, do you say "nya" at the end of your sentences? Well, Lufthatter, you clearly didn't watch the campaign. No offense, no offense. I get it. You have a life, important things to do. But if you watch the campaign, then maybe you could find out how much "nya" there is there. 100-year-old vampire? Nope, out of the fight. And that's an old man in an industry where young men die. Yeah. Like, and he was hundreds of years. There was this historical reference that he made that was like, I can't remember what it was, but it made me think he was like a good, like almost 1,000 years old or something like that. But actually, no, that wouldn't make sense lore wise. But like at least like 500, 600 years old, something like along that lines, which is old as fuck for a vampire. Ah. I approve. Good. Good. But so yeah, I'm very excited for this Friday and go from there. However, I had to react to at least 2 videos today, and it's 8:30. So, chat, we should probably actually get into the React Slappa tonight, or else this is gonna be yap session galore. So, where did I put that? Aha. Think before you sleep, chat. Why people are avoiding relationships. Now, before we actually get into the React video, I have to say, I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him. He's hit 1 million subs. I'm so happy for him. Because I used to watch Think Before You Sleep religiously years ago. I think I found his channel when he was at like 100k or something like that, which 100k is actually a lot and much bigger than, you know, me and whatever I want to be and stuff like that. But like, to go from 100k to 1 million is quite impressive. Like he puts a lot of effort into his videos, and like deep dives in knowledge. And I haven't really watched him over the past couple years because I fell off of his content because I got busy myself and that kind of deal. He started dating many years ago now. He's probably not going to be happy I'm bringing this up, just like Shu and Head probably isn't happy when I bring up Armor Skeptic. But he used to date a Brittany Venti a few years ago, and that was so interesting to me because I didn't really know too much about Brittany Venti other than the fact that like she was a half or a quarter black woman who said some edgy shit online and was just another e-thought. So like I didn't have I didn't really have like a great opinion of her, but I didn't really like have a horrible opinion of her either. She's just kind of like just another you know, online whore, right? In that case, I remember for like months people were just talking about how like she's gonna ruin him. Absolutely gonna ruin him and make him because of how horrible she is. And I was just like, well, I just sat there thinking, well, I guess time will have to tell. You know, I know she's not exactly like the whole bunch, but you know, like it's nice for him to actually be able to like get a girlfriend, and that kind of deal because you know maybe he actually has a shot. You know, I wish him the best because I do hope he gets like the happy ending, right? And they dated for like 9 months, I think, roughly, and yeah, they were right. Yeah. They were right. It didn't end very well. Also, he was a huge weeb, and he was teaching himself Japanese on and off for a while. He even had like a Japanese tutor. I remember he got really into like playing old Pokemon games and doing them in Japanese. And just playing like old Nintendo games in general. and messing around with like his Game Boy. That way he learned Japanese that way. And then he became like anti-lolly thanks to her, which I don't really care about lolly. It's not something that I personally like myself. Like I'm not like a lolly show or a lolicon or anything like that. It's to me it's a little bit weird, but I recognize it's fiction and I don't fucking care. Okay? I like my werewolf nodding fucking cocks and rape. Okay? Like I don't really fucking care about the lolly shit. Is it for me? No. Complete fucking opposite. But whatever. But then like thanks to her, he became like very anti-lolly and went on like a huge crusade about that. And it's just like, dude, dude, calm down. Calm down here. Like, yeah. And it's just he seemed very changed after they like broke up and that stuff, which was really unfortunate because I liked him a lot. But then I got, like I said, busy with my own life and I just haven't been catching up. So hopefully he's better now. I mean, for fuck's sakes, he's had 1,000,000 subs at this point. So good for him. I just know that that kind of ruined his reputation for a while with her. I know he did a lot of MGTOW stuff, and then he deleted a lot of the MGTOW stuff because he felt like it was too toxic and he was bashing on women too much, and so he tried to be a little bit more fair about different things. So oh, I'm pretty sure I watched this video. I'm trying to like see what ones I recognize from back in the day. But it's been a minute. Oh, yep, I've definitely seen this one. I stripped to support my children. Yep, I saw this one for sure. And this one too. So, I like I said, I used to like him a lot. But he's released a new video. Why people are avoiding relationships. And the first thing I see is a woman. And you know what I love to do more than anything, chat? Hate on women. Oh god, it's my favorite pastime. Woman hating woman, throwing stones at glass houses. Let's go, chat. He still uses Japan photos, stills in his videos. Still pretty weebish. Yeah, like I've seen him talk about different things like on Twitter. So like I think I don't know. I think she probably did one of those. Okay, I'm just assuming stuff. Okay, I'm assuming here. My speculation is she did one of those like woman things where like you're into anime, you're disgusting. You need to grow up and get over that, right? You still play with Legos, you still play video games, you still collect toys like the little figurines. Disgusting. I don't know. That's the vibe I kind of got off of it. Not saying that actually was happened, okay? Not saying, because I know she's a big fucking troll herself, and she actually does some funny things. Like, she's done some pretty funny stuff before in the past. Like, I will give her credit where credit is due. But I just that's the vibe that I got off of it. So, but anyway, enough yapping about all hating a woman. Let's talk about other women that I can possibly hate instead. So he's a turbo simp is what I'm getting. Oh my god. People are calling him a think before you simp. Thank you, Undead Warrior, for unlocking that core memory from me. Holy shit. I remember that whole Brittany Venti arc was just a think before you simp. Fuck. I feel so bad for him because like he actually tried, right? Like he seems like at least back in the day, like he seemed like he's been spurned. You know, he's a sensitive young man. He was trying his best and was really mad at the world for what was happening to him as a white man, right? And he did lots of research and he would actually read studies and debunk different things and put in so much effort to all his videos. Like he was actually trying. And then a relatively attractive woman with massive milkers comes into his life, and like he actually tries to have a relationship, and it gets burned by that. Like that's sad, okay? That's sad and tragic to me. Even though people were calling it from the get go, but still, I was hoping for the best, okay? Thank you, Derek PMC 1989 for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a Gundam and him talked about this with him. It wasn't the anime since Brittany also likes anime. Like JoJo, it was just that she was so high maintenance and he left her. You know what? I can definitely see her being high maintenance. Not gonna lie. Uh, oh, and thank you, Cardman, for the $2 reduce. Why is everyone getting kicked? Honest question. Nobody's getting kicked. Um, it's a chat bot that connects people on Kick, the live streaming platform, as well as Rumble. Because I multi-stream to YouTube, Kick, and Rumble, and so that way everyone's chats get connected all together, so you can see no matter which platform you choose, you can see other people's chats and talk with each other. Well, unless you're on Rumble, because Rumble goes to YouTube and Kick, but nobody goes back to Rumble. So Rumble bros are cucked once again. Yeah, yeah. Okay, for the 5th time, let's get into the video.
Okay, wait, I'm so pissed off. I just got home from a date. The guy walked out literally 10 minutes into our date. So we matched on Hinge, and I have really good photos of myself on Hinge. A few of them are AI generated. They look exactly like me.
Yeah.
Hold up, what? Okay, one, she looks like she's in her 30s, so she's already at the wall. So great start to different things. And they're AI generated, but they look exactly like me? No. Okay, this is like Photoshop on the extreme, right? Because everyone's like, oh, it's AI slop, everything's made of AI. Well, back in the day, back in my day, old woman yells at clouds. Things used to be Photoshop instead, but now she's AI generated. Oh my, I would love to see. I want to see these photos. How bad is it? How fucking bad is it from night and day difference from this empty egg carton to the AI?
Really good photos of myself on Hinge. A few of them are AI generated. They look exactly like me.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. I feel like if you weren't trying to misrepresent something about your appearance, you wouldn't be using AI.
While we were out on our coffee / walking date, within like the first 15 minutes, he asked me where one of my photos was taken. I'm not a liar, so I said that it was an AI generated photo. And he said, yeah, I don't think we're a match. And he left.
Bruh, I mean, you know what? I'll give her credit. It is actually quite similar to her. But it is obviously heavily filtered because it is AI. Does it have as many wrinkles or on her face or the eye bags underneath it or different things like that? Like it is pretty close, but it doesn't make her it doesn't make her look as old as she actually is. Like she looks older in this photo because it's like with a lot of women, they put on too much makeup and it actually makes them look older than they actually are. And it kind of has this effect, right? It looks like late 20s, early 30s. Versus without the AI, she looks like mid to late 30s.
He left. That seems so dramatic to me. And also,
you know what? Maybe 40s, actually. Jesus.
Like everyone is using AI generated photos. If they look like you, who cares? The ones I use with Dream Month look exactly like me. They're not like,
yeah, exactly like you, except about 10 years younger.
The crappy ChatGPT ones. So what is the difference? Who cares? I don't know. If you're a straight man, let me know. What do you think?
You've got to be kidding me. You're gaslighting, right? It's easy to see why the guy was mad. The most noticeable thing that it got rid of was your acne. Less noticeable to guys, but her hair looks super dry and frizzy in real life compared to the AI photo. And last, I think the most important one, is that it removed wrinkles that are here, 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 and here, which makes you look several years younger than you actually are. But you know what? Good. I love the idea of women using AI photos on dating apps, because the more severe the catfish, the more people will stop trying to find relationships on their phone. These apps are cancer. They're like if mobile game companies took over the relationship market. Anyway, it's been a while on this channel, so I thought we'd check back in with modern internet dating and see how it's going.
And ladies, even men who went to Harvard Business School are losers. I just went on a first date with a man. He picked a restaurant. I knew that this restaurant was a happening restaurant, but he picked it and he went to Harvard. I thought that he knew to see if he was gonna need a reservation. He went to Harvard.
If you don't think this is
Chat, I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it through this video, I'll be honest. This is why I like this content so much. But honestly, part of the reason why I had to stop watching this content, because it's so infuriating. She is a fucking cow, okay? 300-pound cow sitting there with hair all over the fucking place. She's obviously wearing makeup, but, like, it's not doing her any favors in this case. Hold on. For some reason, I have a tab that randomly keeps on going off, and I don't know why he's doing it, because it's being gay, but we're gonna mute the tab. There we go. Maybe we can talk about this later. Back to the fucking video. So, cow! And she's complaining about what restaurant he chooses. Like, what? Like, I don't know what restaurant it is. But listen, like, it doesn't have to be super fancy. It has to be relatively nice. Like, be happy you're going on a restaurant date in general. There's lots of guys that go for coffee instead because it's so much cheaper. And honestly, coffee dates are the best one, right? Like, in the modern age, the first date should be coffee. It's cheap. You're in public, it's a lot more casual, and you're just getting to know each other. Super nice, super easy, nothing super crazy. Versus a restaurant date, which I would like restaurant dates to be the norm. I would like that to be the first date if we actually were in a proper society where women were actually worth going to the restaurant. In general, but then you get catfished either by the AI lady, or you have the fat cow showing up, complaining about the guy who went to Harvard, complaining about the restaurant choices, and then you get, like, stood up, you have to deal with all this bitchiness, and you're wasting so much money on food that honestly is decreasing in quality with each passing year, especially after COVID. I noticed that after COVID happened, a lot of my favorite restaurants just went fucking downhill quality-wise. Also, less people were eating out too, so I'm assuming that's part of the problem. But still. And she's complaining he went to Harvard? Like, that probably is a guy who has it all together, but, like, oh, he chose the wrong restaurant, so therefore he's awful. He doesn't need, like, I just, ugh. Hey, cow is full of muscle. This is a pig. I mean, pig has some good stuff on them too. But yeah, blob. How about this? A blob. That's a treaty! Honestly, the whole point of transitioning is to try to pass as the opposite gender. So if he actually passed properly, he should be happy that he's getting catcalled. Because that means that he actually is a woman and therefore is attractive, which is our part of being a woman. Literally the most important thing about being a woman is being attractive. And also getting pregnant. But the way to get pregnant is to be attractive, that way you get a man. So, like... But then they're complaining about being catcalled, which, by the way, I don't think happened either. But, like... We are not even 2 minutes into this video, chat! This is gonna be for a long haul. I love Think Before You Sleep. Video is muted the shit, though? Oh, fuck, I muted it because of the other thing happening. Fuck! Okay, so... Carry on.
I knew that this restaurant was a happening restaurant, but he picked it and he went to Harvard. I thought that he knew to see if he was going to need a reservation. He went to Harvard.
If you don't think this is a made-up story for TikTok femcels, then you're an idiot. I believe this person more than I believe her.
I got catcalled twice on this walk.
No, you didn't. TikTok as a whole, especially the dating meta, is literally just the Arthur meme.
How do you know if any of this stuff is true?
You mean just lie? You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
That shit is so hilarious, and no matter how many times I watch this, it progressively gets funnier every year.
I just mean that some of the details...
Oh, I never thought of that. This is terrible. What if none of it's true? What if they're all lying? How would we ever know?
If they only knew how many social media influencers would base their entire careers off of telling incredibly obvious lies that people are too stupid to recognize. I mean,
Hey, that's me! But seriously though, as a content creator, that is one thing I worry about. Like, I've been duped by AI a couple times because I'm retarded, and I'm aware of that fact by itself. And it's really hard to tell what is actually true and what's not on the internet. You just have to trust it. You just have to go with it. You just have to with it. And which is one of the problems of aimless chasing, which is what streaming really is aimless chasing and being like, here's the current news, so here's what's happening. Oh, it's fake news. Well, okay, guess I was duped. Whoopsies. And it makes you lose your credibility. But in the modern age, it's actually really hard to be able to tell, because some people create like a life for a very long period of time. There's, misinformation, there's disinformation. You gotta trust the science after all. Even the own government is, well, obviously the government lies to you. That's no surprise there, right? But if COVID in 2020 wasn't a huge wake-up call for a lot of people, even the government fucking lies to you. Blatantly so. In that case, and you actually have to do your own research. I know. Horrible thought. Especially when you're a lazy piece of shit like me. That try to figure out what's true or not. And so when it comes to different things like this, like the tranny being catcalled on the street, it's definitely... in that case, it's a lot more easier to parse and be like, okay, that's a lie. But you just have to take everything with a grain of salt and just go with it, because chances are it's probably fake, and if it's not fake, then, well, congratulations, the world's even worse off than you thought.
How many men are taking dating advice on women from guys who are obviously in the closet, and how many women are taking pointers from other women who are obviously prostitutes?
Oh wait, he used to do lots of videos on this woman before. Oh, that okay, sorry. I'm having like flashbacks. Yeah, anyways.
I can't believe we still have women saying shit like this after relationship guru the wizard Liz got cheated on by a Pokimane simp.
My husband loves me for simply existing.
How do you and your husband split finances?
We don't. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money.
And I just think now, like, people are like, oh, that's gold digging, or that's something. No, it's not.
Okay, then I'm digging.
Yeah, okay.
For gold.
Holy shit, this chick is married. Well, ultimately I blame the man in this situation, because as bad as all the catfishing and TikTok advice is, it's not nearly as problematic as the people who willingly choose the wrong partners, despite everyone trying to warn them. However, it is entertaining to watch them double down publicly, especially if I don't like them, so let's talk about it. The woman you just saw is Jesslyn Singh. She's the wife of an Indian stand-up comedian named Akash, and she has a podcast and a TikTok account where she started cannibalizing the career of her husband for views by openly talking about what a degenerate she is.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So for context, I went to college from 2011 to 2016. I was popping my and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate.
So lesson number one.
So, stoning? Or drowning? Or how do you, or burning? How do you want to the witch? Like, how do you want to kill the witch? Like, I, 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 there's so much to unpack there. Holy shit. Okay, so, okay, Indians need to be deported. They stay within their own, which I'm at least I'm proud there's no race mixing there, but also not that surprised since they're so tribalistic. Then the husband's rich. My stand-up comedian, okay, fine, at least he's not scamming that I'm aware of, so I guess good for him, still needs to be deported. Somehow, even though he's Indian, and so my sympathy doesn't run very deep for him, is rich and well for himself. The woman is pretty, I'll give her that, but when you are so well off like that, surely you can have any woman you could possibly have, right? Like, he's not overweight, he's successful. Yeah, he's Indian, so there's a massive debuff, right? But like, you can at least have some other pretty Indian woman. I don't know, right? But you can have like any woman you want. And he chose a woman who's bragging on TikTok about popping her pussy every night and having a roster of guys. And then starts a podcast talking about her degenerate stuff that emasculate him. But she's Indian, so I know they're into that kind of stuff. But fuck, man. Fuck. Like, I just
One of the internet is to keep your mouth shut. Everyone should treat the internet like a police encounter instead of like a therapist. Anything you say can and will be used against you by your enemies, especially if your husband is in a male-centered space like a comedy podcast. Akash, did you not sit your wife down and tell her that it's a bad idea to talk about how promiscuous she was in college? Clearly he didn't, because that's not even the worst thing that she did.
He's on my hall pass list.
Oh, yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler, and who else? Dean Thomas from the Harry Potter movies.
Would y'all ever have an...
I was gonna say they're all white guys until the last one. But she was, proudly talking about how many white guys were fucking her. Which, fun fact, chat, all nuns, right? All non-white women fucking love white men. And all non-white men like white women. So they really like to be colonized, even though they hate us because they ain't us. And that's why she's so proud of that.
orgy together with your husband.
Bria, I'm actively trying to have an orgy because this couple is so fucking good looking, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband.
There's a difference being a scammer.
That's her husband? Bruh, if some, I know they're having okay, so when two girls get together, they can talk about some really degenerate stuff. Don't ask me how I know. Don't look at the Archcast, okay? About different things. And so they can, and usually turns into about sex. It's like women like to talk to each other about sex and relationships and that kind of deal. It's just a very woman thing to do in general. It's a natural default, okay? Unfortunately, as a vagina holder, I fall into that trap too. So I can understand how these two girlies sitting here talking about their degenerate sex lives, it happens. But to talk about having an orgy with her husband, I would lose my shit if a woman did that to me. Like, if I'm on the Archcast and Lum is just like, yeah, let's have an orgy. I want to have an orgy with your boyfriend or whatever the case is. I'm gonna be like, hey, yo, bitch, you're gonna get shot. I need a boyfriend for that to happen, obviously, but still, the point remains. Like, hold on, there's a limit there. What? Not her husband? Oh, Jesus Christ on a candlestick. Jesus.
And being a hustler. Two very different things.
Okay.
I'm a hustler who scams a little bit. I'm not a scammer
I'm
who
not
hustles.
gonna lie, that was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have a orgy.
This is
Beat women. We just need to beat women.
a divorce moment right here. If my wife told me that she wanted to have sex with her best friend's husband, said it numerous times on the podcast, and then brought me on to talk about it while she flirts with that guy right in front of me, I would be calling my lawyer and drafting up papers. Now, for all the people saying that these situations are just random and you can never tell if a woman will treat you like this in the future, know that people always show signs that they aren't worth marrying if you wait a little bit before making a commitment. This one was obviously a bad idea. Her and her friend's entire personalities are TikTok.
Like, you don't have to justify your presence as, you know, wanting to be in your divine feminine energy and staying at home and not having as much stress.
I didn't wish her a happy across
month?
her happy birth month.
Nah,
happy birth week.
Gotta stop. bro.
Happy birthday Eve.
Eve today. He didn't wish me happy birthday.
Happy
Eve.
birthday, Eve.
Yes.
That was like watching a horror film. I mean, everybody makes mistakes, but there comes a point where you have to be honest about your situation and do what's necessary. But of course, they didn't do that, which is why this is entertainment. So Akash and his wife started going viral because of clips like this, and I have to say that this is a no-win situation for these two. They screwed up badly, and the only thing they can do is shut up and wait 2 weeks for everyone to forget about it. Because the reality was that most of Akash's fans didn't know about any of this, and it was just drama YouTubers making fun of them, so they could have just stayed quiet. But instead of being smart and keeping the hate isolated to people who don't even watch them, they decide to do a podcast where Akash looks super uncomfortable the whole time, and we are assured that everything that Jesleen said was just a misunderstanding.
Okay, so number one rule of the internet chat, as Think Before You Sleep just said, when you get into a controversy, you shut the fuck up. You don't talk about it. Unless you're trying to exploit that for more clout, like if it's been like unfairly thrust upon you, whatever the case is, right? But if you fuck up and you're in drama for whatever reason is, the best thing to do is just ignore it and let it die. Maybe log off the internet for a little bit, you know, or actually honestly carry on doing what you're doing in general, and just like that way you're not like considered running away. Whatever it is, just carry on. Business as usual. I just ignore the controversy, and within a few days to a week, it will be over. Because there's other news, there's other things happening, and people will get distracted by it. This is just how it fucking works in that case. But now they're just putting more fuel on the fire here. They're so retarded.
Repressed Indian girl that I didn't even watch Jersey Shore in high school because I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my God, I can dress however I want. I can do whatever I want.
Okay. Let's try this again.
Everything that Jesleen said was just a misunderstanding.
Repressed Indian girl that I didn't even watch Jersey Shore in high school because I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my God, I can dress however I want. I can do whatever I want.
You can have a roster of frat boys.
But
What does a roster mean?
So it didn't actually translate to a roster. It just meant like two guys I was talking to and flirting with at the same time. That's it.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's a lie, chat. That's a fucking lie. Colleges are slut factories. I can guarantee that's a fucking lie. If you send a woman to college, you're just asking for her to be ran through. It just is what it is, especially if she's moderately pretty, like she is, right? And the women will admit things to each other they would never actually admit to men because they know how bad it looks. But they think about women. This is why every single civilization throughout the entirety of human history had rules against them and suppressed them, as they actually love being degenerate. It's kind of the same vein that every man wants their own personal slut, right? Like a lot of men, most men. Obviously, there's some men that are into the dommy mommy fetish, and that's a different story. Which please seek help. Yes, I am kink shaming you. But most men want to take a pure and sweet innocent woman and turn her into their own personal slut to be used. And women enjoy that because it's called, breeding, right? It's not a fetish. It's just natural biological, functions happening there. And that's just how it works. Women enjoy being sluts and men like sluts because everyone likes sex because people want to secretly breed, even with, birth control kind of stopping that kind of stuff. But if you don't put restrictions on women and then you send them off onto their own and let them dress how they want, do whatever they want, then they will become sluts. It's a guaranteed fact that's been proven time and time again, and we can see it in the modern age here. That they're just going to enjoy it because what's stopping them? They're not going to get pregnant. They're on birth control. If they do get pregnant, they can have an abortion. And nobody needs to know. But there's no consequences for their actions. They can just do that, even though they come across, even by the end of the day, or actually end of the years, really, they come very damaged. The pair bonding's all fucked up. They have a host of mental issues. Their fertility's almost all gone. And no man actually wants them because even though every man wants their own personal slut, nobody wants a woman. No man really wants a woman. It's been a slut for other men because that's supposed to be your property. That's your territory. That's supposed to be your woman, and she's been used by other men. That's not yours anymore. There's a problem there. Now, I have to blackpill for a second and remind you guys, chat, that there's no such thing as aversion nowadays because of this factor, but at least you can try to find a woman that has in the single digits of the body count, especially on the lower end. Those do exist out there. Far and few between, but at least they do exist. And in that case, what she was describing with her roster of men with her girlies on the podcast, yeah, no, those are not single digits. Those are not single digits, I can promise you that.
And when you say hooking up, I think people
When
think you
I
meant
mean
fucking.
hooking up, I just meant making out. Again, like everything I say.
Hooking up does not mean making out. You know exactly what it means. You can't be like, I'm just a girl. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's all being misunderstood and I'm the victim. Everyone knows that hooking up means having sex. You literally had a whole line about your pussy pop being every single night.
It is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
Right. So you're saying you're a big old prude.
Yeah, literally.
Let me just say, as a person who uses Twitter, I don't think saying that you're Indian as an excuse for your behavior is going to make people trust you.
But I have IBS. There's no way.
I do have IBS.
Indian food's never going to beat the allegations. So Jasleen is claiming that she's innocent and was a virgin until she met Akash, but I don't believe her at all. If you listen to both episode 6 and episode 7 of her podcast, it's apparent that she's had sexual contact with multiple men, even saying that being good at oral is a green flag. How would she know how to judge that if she's only been with one person? Best case scenario is that she's trying to misrepresent herself on the lines of technically being a virgin because she didn't have vaginal intercourse. Though I don't believe her on that either, because trying to push your close friends into group sex is not the move of someone who has only had sex with one person. Neither is wearing incredibly revealing clothing on Instagram. So there's no way she didn't understand American cultural norms like the meaning of hooking up as the wife of someone who used to be on a show called Guy Code where they talked about stuff like that. Also, the prostitute philosophy about how a guy should value you just for existing around him doesn't make her look innocent either. This entire podcast just makes Jasleen look worse, and it makes Akash look like a loser. Right here was probably the most telling moment for me.
You're cool with him just getting a hand job massage?
Totally.
Are you
Yeah, I know.
Yes, I've said that it's less work for me.
I don't. This is. I don't.
Can you talk to our wives?
I don't believe this. Can I tell you why I don't believe this? You remember Horrible Decisions?
Yeah.
You guys were like, dude, I think your girl will be down. We should keep saying how pretty Wheezy is. And I was like, even then, I was like, no, the fuck. She's all talk. She's all bluster. That's why I haven't tested the hand job thing.
Paper tiger.
She's our dog. She's a yapping little dog behind a fence.
I'm guessing she thinks that this is like a 4D chess move to cover up for the fact that she wants to cheat. She's only saying it's okay for him to do it because, for one, she knows that he won't, and because, two, if she does cheat, she can say, well, yeah, but I said that you could do it if you wanted to. Nobody who actually loves you and is emotionally connected would allow a hall pass. This is one of those moments where a really bad person is trying to LARP as a good person, but doesn't actually know what a good person would say in that moment, so anything she says just further exposes her. The correct move was to apologize to her husband, ignore the haters, never bring this up again, and stop oversharing and treating the internet like your therapist. Also,
And I guess, do I need to watch more of these videos? Because it's been such a long time since I've seen stuff like this. I feel like this is what I get for not watching things before you sleep for well, a couple years now. Because I'm just sitting here, just in disbelief after every single word that's coming out of her mouth. Just every single word. I'm just sitting here thinking, why, what, how, why did you think that was a good idea in any way, shape, or form to say that? Because leave before you sleep is right. Like, hall pass. I never liked the idea of hall passes. And if you do a hall pass, it's all just like it should just be like celebrities, right? Like or anime characters. These things are never gonna happen because it's like, oh, okay, yeah, they're attractive, whatever the case is, right? Because there's a different like you can even when you're in a relationship, you can find other people attractive. It's just the thing is you're just like because you're attracted to them, but you're not actually gonna do anything with it. It's just like a fun hypothetical would be like, okay, yeah, I think Jalal from Fairy Tale is hot, you know, like, but like obviously Jalal isn't fucking real, and so like it's not gonna happen. Like it's one of those cases, um, but it's but even then, you're still bringing other people into the relationship that way because like the only thing you should be really focused on is your significant other. Like you really shouldn't be talking about other people or really, exactly characters as attractive because like you should just be more focused on your significant other in that case. Because then you're just gonna make them jealous, being like, okay, well, I'm never gonna be, Urza, you know, like in any way, shape, or form. Uh, and therefore they're never gonna be Jalal. Um, and it just creates these standards, these thoughts in each other's minds that don't need to be there in the first place by doing the whole hall pass thing. But then when you have your wife, I don't know. I feel like she's not even really a wife at this point. She's just a slut. Talking about all the different things she used to do with other men and how she's constantly pushing to have an orgy with her friend's husband. And her friend at least doesn't seem like she's not acting like she's uncomfortable with this, which I have a feeling she probably would be. And then she's like, "Yeah, no, I'm totally fine with him getting like a hand job from some other woman." Like those are going way beyond, way beyond any normal levels. Like she does not give a fuck about this dude. And to be fair, based off all the different photos and little clips I've seen about this guy, he does belong in the cuck chair, and he is doing it to himself. So as much as I would like to lambast her, it's his fault for one, marrying her, and two, allowing this to happen, and three, not setting his foot down, and four, what the fuck? I mean, I guess he's Indian, so they're notorious for being a little more on the weaker side for different things. Just like I just can't. I can't comprehend this. Um, I heard someone say she's asking for or encouraging open relationship. She's already cheating and is trying to calm her conscience. Yes. Yes, if a woman asks for an open relationship, run. Because she's a whore. She's either already cheated on you or she's thinking about cheating. She's already like a few steps away from that stuff. So thank you, Book Track Roofs, for the $5 reduce. Bacon, carrots, onions, celery, never send woman to college, marriage first, a ban, no fault divorce. I don't understand the bacon, carrots, onions, and celery aspect of things. I might be a little bit on the more tarded side. But yeah, no fault divorce needs to go out the window. And don't send women to college.
Akash, you're on the road a lot as a comedian. I would not trust this chick to be faithful when you aren't around. Because when it comes to people like Jesleen, I think the reality is that they actually despise the person that they're with, which is why she treats them poorly and can't help but say inappropriate stuff. I think a part of the gaslight from Akash on this is that Jesleen, slept on the floor with him one time when he was broke, but also they broke up when he was broke, and she mysteriously got back together with him right around the time that he started making money again, which is suspicious considering all the gold digger ideology that comes out of her mouth. However, no matter how ride or die she was in the past, I don't think that justifies her present treatment of her significant other. Now, they haven't had any drama since, as far as I've seen, and her podcast appears to have been canceled, so hopefully Akash and his wife have learned their lesson. But speaking of people who are much further down the line of publicly displaying how unhealthy their relationship dynamic is, allow me to introduce you to Anissa Joma and her husband, Ian Joma.
Idubbbz, no!
Formerly known as Ian Washburn.
The only reason why we chose my name over his last name is because his last name is just objectively ugly. It's just an ugly last name. Washburn sounds horrendous.
In the past, you might have recognized Anissa as the prostitute Twitch streamer girlfriend of the once popular creator Idubbbz, who was famous for doing a creator deep dive series called Content Cop that was very well liked by a huge portion of the internet. But in more recent years, it's become obvious that she wears the pants in the relationship, and therefore she has graduated from being called Idubbbz's girlfriend and earned herself her own name.
Can we chill on asking if Ian's here or whatever? I get it's funny or whatever, but I've spent the past 4 years living in his shadow, so to speak, and I've been trying to do my own thing on the internet for 7 years before I even met him, and it is painful.
Okay, first off, nose ring. Which is not that surprising, seeing that the more recent clip has her covered in fucking ugly ass tattoos. But before that, okay, I haven't seen it very often, but I have seen it a few times where women within the content creation space who are married to other content creators get very upset that they were referred to as X and X's wife or girlfriend, or whatever the case is. And every time I see that, which is very far and few between, but whenever I do, I want to slap the bitches in the face. Because, too bad, right? Your husband, men are usually generally more successful, and that's actually a good thing. Woman, you wouldn't be with him if he wasn't successful. Maybe you possibly would, but not in the case of Anissa's face. What's her fucking name? I want to call her Anita, and it's no, that's not Anissa Keys. Anicia? Anicia's, case. But you wouldn't be with him if he wasn't successful. You would look down on him even more if he was actually broke. And, okay, who cares? You got the bag. Right? You were able to claim somebody famous. You should be happy that he chose you. When somebody is that popular and that rich, and they can have any woman in the world. Well, I guess it could also be any man depending on how they swing. But any woman in the world, and they choose you for whatever reason that is. You should be fucking happy and proud of yourself in that case. You should not be being oh, well, I'm in their shadow. Stop referring to me as, in this case, Idubbbz's wife or girlfriend. I do my own thing too. I'm my own strong, independent woman. No, shut the fuck up. You got the bag. You got the golden ring. Enjoy the fact that you have whatever little clout that you have. But then, even then, you should be way more appreciative of the fact that you're with them in particular. Get over yourself. Get over your fucking self. Jesus Christ. You're supposed to be there to support your husband. That is the woman's role in the relationship, is to support. And if he's already successful, then you help him even more successful. If he's not and he's struggling, then you do your best to make it easier for him. In every way, shape, or form. Obviously you should be cooking and cleaning in general, but just helping out a little bit more, a little bit extra sex, some back rubs, some whatever it is, some extra compliments, whatever you can do as a woman to make his life easier, so that way he can actually become successful. Not Stop referring to me as Idubbbz wife. I do my own content creation too and have been trying for 7 years. Like, how could you be so mean to me about this? Ugh. I can't stand it. I can't stand that. I know in the case of Idubbbz is that he's a literal cuck. I know she's a porn star. Like, he once again, just like the Indian dude from beforehand, he's done this to himself. And so I don't really have any sympathy for him either, especially since he's started becoming a BreadTuber over the past couple years. Even though BreadTube is dying, and nobody respects him because he is a literal cuck. Not even the left likes him because of this example. Like, even they talk about girl bosses and, women having their own autonomy and doing whatever they want. Seeing a man become, nobody, left doesn't like him because of his past actions. No matter if apologizing and groveling can make that ever change. And even then, he's still weak and easy target, which is why Anissa went after him in the first place. So, he's not doing anything except ruin his reputation even more and more. Just he did it. I know he did it to himself. This whole thing's a fucking mess. But I've seen this whole living in my husband's shadow thing. I've seen it from relationships that are a lot better than Anissa and Idubbbz. And I still want to slap the bitches that do that. Because to me it's like proto-feminism. It's still feminism.
I'd rather have 5 people want to be here for me than like a bunch asking for Ian. Thanks.
Congrats, Anissa. Now you're the star. Talking about you now draws far more interest than talking about Idubbbz. You made it, and all you had to do was taint the career of your husband so that it would be easy for you to outshine him. Personally, I think this is the move of a true anti-capitalist.
I'm more extreme than Ian, where I'm like pretty.
Holy shit. I know, I could tell that other clip was old because she didn't have as many tattoos and stuff like that. But she's so fat. And those tattoos are so ugly. I just... Like... What? I don't know. Obviously, women getting tattoos is a huge red flag. Since it's so popular these days, 1 or 2 can be relatively okay because it has become so normalized that that's a thing. Which it's okay, but once you get past 2, it's a sign of severe mental illness, which her being, a porn star of some sorts is obviously its own sign of mental illness and daddy issues as it is. But just what the just oh my god.
Anti-capitalist. I hate landlords.
Now, for those of you who have jobs and don't have time to keep up with all the Idubbbz drama over the past 5 years, basically what happened is that Idubbbz, or Ian, got into a relationship with Anissa. Anissa has always wanted to be a popular streamer, but she's untalented, so she's jealous of the success of her husband. Because she's jealous, instead of being happy for her partner's success, she constantly sabotages his career by publicly shaming him, and instead of getting rid of this girl who obviously doesn't love him, Ian defends her, and even more damning in terms of social media, he stopped making content that people like. Now, like I said with Jesseline, the blackpilling part of this is that oftentimes in these cases, people just see the end result and make claims that you can never tell if your partner will end up like this or not. But the reality is that girls like Anissa and Jesseline always show signs that they will become like this in the future early on in the relationship. In Anissa's case, it was day 1.
2016 would also be the year Anissa would begin her relationship with the once popular YouTuber, Idubbbz. This relationship started out as all healthy ones do, with Anissa cheating on her ex-boyfriend in order to be with Ian. That's right, before Anissa and Ian began dating, Anissa was in an active relationship with another League of Legends streamer named Acadian. Anissa and Acadian began dating around late 2015, and this relationship lasted.
Okay, now I feel bad for this guy. He's handsome. Apparently he's successful with the League of Legends streaming, and then again, I don't know how long of her porn stuff was going on there for. But if she was still doing that while she was dating him, then I guess it's once again he did it to himself. 'Cause that's not even a red flag at that point. Like that's a whole ass nuke being dropped, and he still say yes. Be like, okay, but still, what the fuck?
Lasted until the first day Anissa would meet Ian.
I don't know how you can see this as a man and be like, yeah, she definitely won't treat me like that, right? And when I say this, understand that Anissa started treating Ian like shit very early on. They got together in 2016, and in 2017, she was already being incredibly inappropriate with a YouTuber named Chris Raygun, who was also in a relationship with someone else at the time.
Wait, what? Sorry, okay, hold the phone. I used to be a massive fan of Chris Raygun back in the day. Like, I've talked about his relationship with Lacey Green a few times as well, because that seemed to, like, I remember that happening. Because, wait, okay, we're really into the old lore now. Well, back in my day, there was a thing called Gamergate. And there was also the skeptic community. And they were kind of in tandem with each other, so there's a lot of overlap for the creators and the topics being done there. And with Gamergate and what was happening there, the skeptic community became like anti SJW and pro SJW, which meant social justice warrior. And Chris Raygun was on the anti SJW side. He wasn't really in the part of the skeptic community specifically, but he was basically somebody who was center left, who was against all what we call today woke nonsense with identity politics going on there, Black Lives Matter, DI, third wave feminism, I guess it's technically fourth wave feminism, all that fun stuff. And he used to make a lot of parodies and joke videos before, and he was great. And then he started dating Lacey Green, who was a leftist. Wasn't SJW herself, actually. She was a social justice warrior. We're gonna use the terminology from back in the day properly, and she tried to bridge the gap between the right and the left, because she actually talked to Sargon, and Sargon was nice to her, and that caught her way off guard. And so then she's like, okay, maybe these people that are anti SJWs aren't so bad. And then she started talking to Chris Raygun. They dated. They both had their reputations sunk because of it. Lacey Green lost all her credibility on the left because of it, which is not surprised because they eat their own and backstab each other left and right. A lot of people were not exactly happy with Chris Raygun because they saw him for being a traitor too. And he's going to, like with Think Before You Sleep and Brittany Venti. They thought she was going to ruin him. And honestly, kind of seemed to be the case once again. Chris Raygun was never like some like hardcore tradcath, traditionalist right type of deal. But he definitely seemed to go even more left leaning after dating Lacey Green, which was sad based off what he used to actually be able to do. And so it was a wild time being in high school and watching that all kind of go down. Way back in the day, back when I was a kid, chat. But you're telling me that even though I know all this lore, what happened there? She apparently tried to get with Chris Raygun, and I didn't know about this. I mean, I guess. Okay.
Anissa being attracted to other men is a common trope when she's in a relationship. Another man Anissa had a crush on around this time was named Chris Raygun. Anissa would also show her romantic interest on Chris on Twitter, where she tweeted out a shirtless photo of him with the caption full of thirsting and squirt emojis.
I mean, chat. I did think Chris Raygun was hot back in the day. No further comment.
Well, personally, I think it's inappropriate to publicly post about your celebrity crushes when you're in a relationship, but I can look past that because it's like a fantasy. However, in Anissa's case, her celebrity crush that she is openly fangirling over while she's in a relationship with Idubbbz is someone she regularly interacts with. And really, I think the breaking point for Ian Joma was around 5 years ago when Anissa opened up an OnlyFans account. He got backlash and was like, actually, I'm okay with being a cuck.
For those of you who are unaware of the drama I recently brought upon myself, I'll fill you in. My girlfriend started an OnlyFans account, which is a website where you can upload amateur porn. I think all of it is cool. I'm okay with sex workers and girls being slutty. It has no bearing on my life whatsoever.
As someone who watched this video the day it came out, I love watching it 5 years later knowing that this decision had such a huge effect on Ian's life that he's now so poor that he streams on the ground. I hope that in the current year, we've all started to see how toxic these open-minded beliefs are. It turns out that traditional values and prejudices were correct the whole time. Now, normally I would say this is sad, but Idubbbz is such a backstabbing POS that I enjoy every clip I see of Anissa shaming him.
If I look at you, even in like the viewfinder, extremely masculine chin, which is also why I like the buzz cut, because it like emphasizes your chin, and your like heavy brow. Like, I would argue you have one of the most... Part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's going to have all your masculine features.
Is
Chat, I can't. We're 3/4 of the way in the video, and I'm getting one-shotted by every single time each voice speaks at this point. First we had the Indian chick, and now we have Anissa, and it's not getting any better. It's not getting any better at all. Like, yeah, I don't have a kid with you because the baby would be ugly as fuck. What? That's not how... What? Like, the chance of that happening is so far and few between. Like, the only thing I can think of is, like, there's this one, wrestling dude who had a daughter, and she looks like a copy-paste version of him, and it's highly unfortunate, but she, like, leans into it, based off the photos that I've seen. So, I mean, good for her for that, though I imagine it still probably hurts a little bit deep down inside. But, like, ignoring that possibility there, like, at least he had the kid in the first place, and just genetics was unfortunate. But she's like, yeah, no, you're too ugly to have kids with. So why are you with them then? Like, why? What's the point? Like, the whole point of dating is that you're like, well, not the whole point, but like, you're supposed to be attracted to who you're with. That's why you have, that's why you're like one of the reasons why you're with them is like obviously personality is a huge factor into a relationship. But the first thing you notice when you see somebody is how they look, obviously. Like, first impressions are extremely important. How you look and how you present yourself, how you dress, your haircut, your physique overall, all extremely important, because that's literally the when you don't know a person at all, that's literally all they see. And it can actually tell a lot about you by how you do that. So the whole point is that you're supposed to be attracted to that person in the first place, because that's literally the first thing you saw was like, okay, you find this person hot. Okay, you find this person hot. I want to get to know them, and maybe, hopefully, they're a good person, and we can see how these go. And so not only do you have a hot person that you're with, but somebody who's, worth starting a family. And she just none of that went through her head. I'm assuming she just got with him because he was famous and rich at the time. Because who cares, right? She just wants clout. She just wants fame, and she wants power. And he's an easy target. I've heard before that Idubbbz never actually had a girlfriend before her. And honestly, that could explain why he's so attached to her. Because he's worried he's not going to be able to get anybody else. Plus, he's already pair bonded quite strongly, which is not as powerful as when women with men, but men do pair bond too. And so, between him, basically, if it's true, and he did have a girlfriend, he was a virgin before her, yeah, no, he was one shot by her. And no woman's going to get with him, seeing how weak and effeminate he's become. Like, no woman actually respects a cuck, and clearly she doesn't respect him either. We're not gonna have kids because they're too fucking ugly. What? And the thing is, she's also implying in that statement that, like, she kind of actually wants kids. Which is a little bit surprising, seeing that she's a whore. She's this girl boss. She is, a modern woman. But I guess the biological clock is also going after her too. But still. Jesus Christ. Yes, Anissa was his first girlfriend. She was a virgin before that. Oh my, he was a virgin before that. Oh my god. I mean, good for him for being a virgin. Like, I know it's not exactly great for men because actually having a few women under your belt is actually a sign of masculinity. And there is psychology behind that, but it is healthier for the man to also have a low body count too, and also be virgins because of the pair bonding aspect that men go through. Once again, not as strong as women's aspect of things, but still important nonetheless. And yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $5 reduce. All these garden tools really need a dad and some MLP. Just saying, never seen a strip per with a cutie mark. Follow the question. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there's fan art out there of some pony being a stripper or OnlyFans or two. I'm sure that exists based off how much porn exists of MLP. I'm sure that's the case, Gus of the Dorks. Fuck you.
Isn't that interesting? I think about that a lot.
Yeah, I have never met somebody who has such an eagle face. Like, you have a very strong brow, which is very attractive on men. To be honest, there's a lot of attractive women that have that as well, like Kristen Stewart.
She is trying to salvage this, and it's not going well.
Yeah.
But combined with
yeah.
me,
Mm-hmm.
I think the combination would be bad for a woman.
I think you're tripping.
I don't know.
Holy shit, never in my best dreams would I have imagined a clip as great as Idubbbz looking like he's expressing interest in having kids towards the end, but Anissa says she thinks he's too ugly. I wonder if she would have said that about Chris Ray Gun.
I actually don't think
You know what? I'll give her credit. They do have similar face shapes. Not exact. I think Chris Ray Gun's a lot more attractive, but he's also got hair, and that helps too. And he's a lot funnier. And I'm biased. Anyways.
There's a world
where I appeal
where
to straight women.
you could appeal to
You know
straight
what?
women.
I think you're right. Someone said, is there a look that appeals to everyone?
Hassan Abi appeals to everyone.
Oh my god. I will never get people who think it's okay to publicly shame their partner. For one, the more you shame your partner, the worse it makes you look because you're the one stupid enough to be with a loser. And two, in my opinion, this is a breakup move. It would be an argument the first time it happened, and then it would be the end of the relationship if the behavior were repeated. Because your job as a significant other is to be your partner's biggest cheerleader when it comes to how they're seen in public. And if they aren't doing that, then in my opinion, they're trash. Not to say that people can't communicate with friends and family to process difficult parts of the relationship, but if your wife is just unnecessarily shitting on you in public constantly, then that's a sign that you need to get rid of this person.
This is a great Anissa moment. You know her eternal quest to humiliate him? So this is a new chapter.
I don't know if chat can back me up.
No.
AFABs, gay men, whatever. The bigger the dick, the worse it's sex.
Mm.
Like a lot of men that have...
Just the premise alone, he's trapped. he's trapped from the beginning. Either he A, is bad at sex, or B, has a tiny penis. There's no escape.
I don't know if...
Bro, I can't with this. I fucking can't. I hate women so much, chat. I hate women so much, okay? Like, I'm sitting here in disbelief by literally everything's going on here. I fucking can't. Though I will say Idubbbz looks a lot more attractive now that he's got hair. Which is a shame that he's such a cuck.
Chat can back me up.
Nope. Back me up, chat.
Again, this would be really sad if Idubbbz weren't a terrible person. I mean, Anissa just, like, has professional levels of spite for her husband. There are multiple levels here. First, there's, like, no correct answer here. There's just a less bad one. And two, you get to hear about your partner having sex with other men. She's flaunting her sexual experience publicly, while Idubbbz doesn't have any outside of his wife because Anissa is his first girlfriend.
Oh,
and you know what? Everyone's got to start somewhere, and certainly it's better than being used up, so I don't blame him for that. But the part where I lose respect is the part where he just lets this chick walk all over him.
I've met Ian. I've talked to Ian. I've seen his content over the years. Ian is an asshole, but he's also a very passive, live and let live, kind of easygoing guy. He's not a confrontational, aggressive, hostile person. His girlfriend, though, I think absolutely is. I can guarantee you that whenever there's a conflict, she's the one getting mad and he's the one saying like, bro, like stop, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with this, right? And so that's, I think, kind of what happened. If you've ever been in a relationship with a really domineering, aggressive, hostile person like Anissa seems to be, you would know how much that kind of puts your entire mind into like a brain fog. You're in survival mode. Exactly. You're constantly in fight or flight around this person. And you also like them, but there's this element of them that's like extremely mercurial, aggressive, and seemingly so in a random way. That to me sucks the life force out of a person. So
I mean, that's just the definition of abusive relationship, right? What Asmongold's describing right there is, oh! Sorry, chat. We have the return of the stink bug. And this time, I went to itch my nose with the cuff of my sweatshirt. And it was there. Walking on it. But, like, not where I was using it to itch my nose. So, like, when I angled up the stink bug almost went into my mouth again. Like I said, like a few days ago when I had the stink bug problem, okay? They exist for a few days. And then they die, then another one spawns out of nowhere again to replace it. Okay? Like, I don't know where they come from. But they just stop, they won't stop coming! And it's not even the stink bug itself that got me. It being a stink bug. It's the fact that it was on the cuff of my sweatshirt. When I was not expecting the stink bug to be on the cuff of my sweatshirt. And it was so close to my mouth since I was itching my nose. That, like, there. And that's what got me, okay? Like... I flicked it away, and it's just... It's lying on the ground over there. Twitching a little bit. I might have to kill it like I did the last one, because the last one would not stop coming no matter how many times I flicked it off. Like... Jesus Christ. My experience with the stink bugs is they infest my home for the winter, and then they die off in storage boxes. That's basically what's happening, except for the fact that it's... following me. Like, the last time this happened last week, it was on the microphone. Oh. Amal, you know there are stink bug bait traps. Yes, they are. Wait, there are? Really? Okay. Somebody remind me after stream or something along those lines. Well, hook me up because this is getting out of hand, okay? That is twice within 1 week where I almost ate a stink bug because it was so close to my mouth and I wasn't paying attention and wasn't aware of it. Holy fuck. Schwab sent all the bugs for you to eat. I will not eat the bugs. I will not eat the bugs, okay? I might be a Nazi vampire and artist campaign, but I will not eat the bugs, okay? I will not live in the pot either. I will say no instead. Ugh. Get stink bug woman. Clearly, I was trying to make like a good point after what Asmongold just said. And it just went all out the window because the stink bug came in the window instead of going out of it. Oh my god. What was I talking about? Oh, abusive relationships. Okay. Abusive relationships. That's what Asmongold was describing right there. And on one hand, I sympathize because once you get into an abusive relationship, it's hard to get out of it because you don't know anything else at that point, right? You still like the person, like what Anissa does. She humiliates him constantly, but maybe when the cameras are off, she like hugs him and kisses him and apologizes and say everything's fine. You might do like some small, like you'll have a period of your assholeness for like a few days, and you think, okay, like you get tired of it, but as soon as you hit the point where like, okay, I'm done, they do something nice for you again, and then they smile or they look extra pretty or whatever the case is, and then you remember all the good times that you had with them, or at least or the parts in the beginning when they weren't this person. You think, oh, okay, it's fine. They just, hormonal. They were in a bad mood. Oh, life is hard. Whatever the excuse is in this case, especially when you're a passive person like Idubbbz. Um, when you don't like arguing, you don't like confrontation, you don't like fighting in general. You just want to have everything just live and let be, like Asmongold was saying, and just is what it is. And so you roll over and you just accept it, because if you fight back, that makes things worse, and you don't want to make things worse because things are already bad enough as it is. And it doesn't put you in it puts you in a horrible position where the only solution is just to get out. But it's easier said than done, because then you have that person crying. As soon as you want to leave, they they get on their hands and knees and they cry and they apologize. They swear they'll change, and they might do so for like a week or two, but so you believe them, and then it's not sustainable because that's not who they are, and then it goes back to that, and just the cycle fucking repeats. And someone like Idubbbz, who he would have to completely get off the internet and try to find somebody who is not that terminally online, or not this part of the circles of this side of the internet, because a lot of his claim to fame is really old at this point, like 10 plus years, and all his drama happening is more recent. So he's gonna break up with her or divorce her, really, and then try to find somebody else that doesn't know about these things, but at the same time also change himself, because he's at this point, I feel like he's a beaten dog. Like, he did it to himself, right? My sympathy only goes so far. He's the one who got into a relationship with her. He cheated on her previous boyfriend to get with him, and she did OnlyFans and all this other fun stuff, right? But he's now a beaten dog. And when you go through literally years of abuse, so they've been together since what, 2017? I think that's what Think Before You Sleep said, or 2018, somewhere there. Like, for basically 10 years now. You're a changed person. Like, we got to get the Linkin Park song out of out here, or like I want the part of me, the part of you is me type of deal. Uh, that's I feel like that's what's probably happened to Idubbbz. He's if he's going to fix himself, it's going to be a year's progress that's going to need to be done, and well, he might be a lost cause.
So fast, it is insane.
This is probably true. Actually, allow me to add nuance, because I don't think Idubbbz sees it like this. I think if you asked him, he would say he does stand up for himself, but the problem is that it doesn't work.
Like, as our relationship went on, I share a lot. He's wanted me to share less. I've wanted him to share more. We've started to meet in the middle.
Yeah, so they probably have talked about Anissa making him look bad numerous times, but she knows he's not brave enough to do something like leave her, and because there's no threat of negative consequences, it just falls on deaf ears. Instead, she does whatever she wants and continues to treat the internet like her therapist by oversharing, which further adds to the pile of public blackmail against Idubbbz. All of this makes me think about a book I read called Good to Great. It's a book about how good businesses transition into becoming the top businesses. So it's about companies, but if you're smart, the ideas are universally applicable. One such universally applicable idea comes from Chapter 3, where the research team for that book found out that it's not a well-written business plan or favorable market conditions that cause a business to become a top company and sustain their success. The most important thing for a successful business are the people in the room. Competent and good people are so important that it's not even worth it to develop a business plan until you have the right people in the room. This is very much something that was said a lot about the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, and the biography that was written on him. He always wanted to be around A players and not the C or the D team. But where I'm going with this is that it certainly is also true when it comes to relationships. Everyone thinks they can pull someone out of the bargain bin and mold them into the perfect partner, when the reality is that if someone's not already motivated to be great, you won't convince them. So if you're having long talks about how people need to change or be better and nothing ever changes or gets better, the correct answer is to not continue doing that. The answer is to go find someone who has already figured it out or is motivated to figure it out. Once you have found that person, the next step to a healthy relationship is to not demotivate them by falling into your bad habits.
Yeah. I feel a little bit personally attacked there. Thank you, TBYS. Thank you. In that case, because I know from my own personal experience, like it's hard because like it's really easy to say that you can't make a person change, right? Only thing that can make a person change is themselves, and it's a very true statement. And you would think I would have learned it with my mom, for example, as my mom was a horrible fucking human being, and I knew she was a lost cause. I would have watched so many of my family members try to fix her and make her better, and it never fucking worked out. And I knew it was the case. I saw it from the beginning, right? But then I get into a relationship myself, and I think for some reason, I don't know why, but you know, I get into a relationship myself, and I think the exact same thing, right? Or like, uh, I want to make them better. I want to give them motivation. I want to help change them and mold them to be a better person. And a fun fact, chat. No, that did not work out. And many years went down the drain, for a fruitless cause. So, I know those I can fix them memes are nice, funny memes. You know, since I know you guys are men, there's no females here. Right, the girl failure trope is really popular. Uh, yeah, no, you can't fix them. Can't fix them, okay? Listen, I know it's easier said than done, right? You know, like, oh yeah, it makes sense. You can't logically fix them. Then you get into the relationship yourself, and then you try to fix them anyways. No, seriously. Like, listen, the dumb woman's talking. The smart man is talking. Think before you sleep. We both say don't bother with it. Just try to find somebody else that's already in a much better position than the girl failure or the loser guy or whatever the case is, or the alcoholic mother. Like just cut your losses and try to find somebody, please. You're telling me I can't fix the goth cutie with BPD? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but that's a lost cause. There's no help. You can take a good girl and you can make her into a goth cutie and maybe try to avoid the BPD. But you can't take the goth cutie with BBT and make her into a good girl.
As for your exes, don't feel bad about breaking off their relationship because for the most part, if someone is resistant to change, then the only way they're going to learn is through suffering and loss. And by shielding them from that, you're only prolonging their mediocrity. Last, the book says that if you can't find the right person for the position, then keep looking. The wrong people are so disastrous that it's better that no one fill the role than to have it filled with the wrong person. I know looking can be frustrating, but taking anyone who applies, or if you're an employee, going with any company who will have you because you're desperate, is how you get into a situation like Idubbbz or Akash, who, from the looks of it, are really just holding on to their partners because they're the first person who paid attention to them, and they're too weak to break up to find someone who is a better fit. It's sad to watch. Well,
I mean, I agree it's sad to watch even though they did it themselves, but they're not gonna with their public life, with their life on public display. There's no fixing this. Like any woman who does 5 minutes of research and finds this kind of stuff is not going to be able to respect them unless they've actually changed. But honestly, with the whole company aspect of things, that Think Before You Sleep brings up, there's a reason why a lot of companies are failing these days. Because they're stocking their stuff full of Indians. I know it's like a relationship, whole deal video going on here. But there's a reason why cultures that pride nepotism and family and friends in general over actual meritocracy fail, which is actually a majority of the third world because they're way more collective. And there's reasons why they're more collective because that's how their society and culture was created based off the resources that they had. Versus and like it's basically the cold weather theory. We're up in the west because it's so much colder. We had to figure out how to long-term plan and work together and having the best people for the jobs for different things That way they produce the best results so we didn't fucking die when winter came around. Versus the warmer climates didn't really have to worry about that to the same extent and had to deal with actually more danger, either other humans or other dangerous animals, and then working in pairs that way and with the collective was better for survivability there. But to wrap it back up to the Indians in this case, because there is that and their collectivist mentality, they don't actually use meritocracy. And so when they come to America, that's why you see all these different tech businesses like Microsoft, Google, YouTube. I'm not sure if Apple's faced it just yet. Capital One is facing some controversies with Indians being hired too. They just hire their own. They quite literally just hire their own and replace it, and then everything goes to fucking shit, and the code goes down the fucking drain, and it's an absolute disaster. So it is extremely important to pick and choose who you associate with, and how you work with people as best as possible. Like, it also depends on kind of, what realm we're talking about. Relationships obviously extremely important. Companies, same thing. When it comes to content creation, I would say it's also it's pretty important too, but it also depends on how you act with them in public. Because the thing is, even though guilt by association is a little bit gay, there is good reason for it. Like, I don't support guilt by association, but there is reasoning for why people use it, because if you're relatively okay with certain actions or certain things that are happening, that means that person does. If you're not actually speaking up or saying anything about it and you associate with the person, that means you're relatively okay with it. Now, the problem with content creation in particular is that a lot of people misunderstand friends. Which we're getting to a little bit more of a rabbit hole here and a bit more of a tangent. But with content creation, you can do a stream collab with somebody. You can do a video. You can be on a podcast together where you're both invited as guests. And because of that, people automatically assume that you're friends because you talk to each other on occasion on other people's platforms and that kind of deal. When that doesn't mean anything, actually. Like, it all depends on how much you actually talk to each other behind the scenes, what you have what interests you have, and if obviously you collab a lot, that's usually a better sign. But that type of deal. Well, some of those cases, even the lots of the collabs are simply just business once again. Because that's how it works. So content creation is definitely a little bit more of a unique scene in that case, but there is some truth to that application too. It just depends simply on the context.
Akash is sad to watch. Fuck Idubbbz. I hope Anissa and her husband never get divorced so they can serve as a warning to other people who might make similar relationship decisions. It's good to have a public example of the type of relationship that you're trying to avoid as you search for the ideal one. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
Thank you. Think before you sleep. It was a great video, and I need to watch your content a bit more. Oh god. Especially since apparently I've sheltered myself so much that I'm not used to seeing all these crazy woman statements. I've been so focused on like regular ass politics and different things along those lines instead, and I'm just sitting here being like, God fucking damn it. Like, I know I hate women, and actually, fun fact, watching Think Before You Sleep really helped fuel my woman hating way back in the day. For these exact reasons, but Jesus Christ, it's oh man, you can't do it. You can't do enough. Also, I did put the link to the video in chat. If you guys could, click the link, watch the first 5 minutes, give it a like, comment for the algorithm, that kind of deal, that'd be greatly appreciated. Think Before You Sleep does make good work. I do like him a lot. And so, just appreciate for him since, I'm the one reacting to it. Now, real quick chat, I really have to pee. The press princess has been activated, so give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Audio chat, I am back. My cat has decided to join me, so if the model stops tracking, it's because she likes to walk on the desk, and I'm Idubbbz, and I get kicked by my cat. And no matter how many times I throw her off, she just comes back on, and I can't have no control over her. Because I'm not the dominant one in this relationship, but she's too cute, so I can't help it. I'm sorry. I say as I pet her. Wait, why are we talking about Irish being considered white? Like, obviously they're white. Did somebody make a joke and somebody took it too seriously, or did I miss something? Did I miss something here? uh, I just assume it's all slurs. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It is my chat after all. It's always slurs. It's always slurs. Okay, kid. Sorry, but okay. No, dog. Oh my god. Okay. We're off to a great start. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna kick her out. Okay.
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews? I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
Okay then. Well, here we go. Massad's here to save the day. I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing with my cat, but Massad will have the answer for me. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Thank you, Undead Chud. Oh my god, for the 50 shekels. Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you. Thank you, my local Mossad agent for that. Thank you. You should react to this vid by Spree Snooter. Goypil, the ideology behind the Epstein files. What is this? What is this? 20 minutes long? Okay, not bad. You know, okay. Actually, I'm not against this. Hold on. Hello, kitty. Once again. It's a small YouTube channel. Very low views. 50 shekels. Okay. I'm not completely against this here. Let's see, what time is it? It's a little bit past 10. You know what? Yeah, let's watch this. It wasn't the next video I had on the chopping block. Here. But I did need a third video anyways, and we can save the last video for Friday. Because I don't think we're gonna be able to get through all the React sloppa tonight before I go on vacation. There we go. So, yeah, he only has 300 subs too. Show him some support. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this here. Any flight form Syracuse video is also good. Oh, I agree. I've done a couple of reacts to him, but he hasn't uploaded in quite a few months at this point. Which is sad, but also not surprising based off how spicy his videos are, and he got a lot of eyes on him very quickly. So, yeah, that tends to cause quick action upon you by doing that. Oh yeah, let's check this out, chat.
As a brief
let's check this out. 50 shekels in chat recommend this. So if it's ass, you can blame Undead Warrior. And the fact that I'm a cheap whore and 50 shekels is 50 shekels. Disclaimer, this video, you know what? You might actually read out the disclaimer. Let's just read, yeah.
Brief disclaimer, this video discusses the supremacist beliefs held by the infamous sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein, with said beliefs motivating his actions as detailed in the Epstein files. I wholeheartedly condemn these beliefs, and the purpose of this video is to provide historical and ideological context in the interest of seeking a greater understanding of the situation. I am in no way glorifying him, his beliefs, nor his actions. Again, I do not support these beliefs. Thank you.
Wait, hold on here. I'm pretty sure. Please do not delete this video again, YouTube. Oh, is this a re-upload? No, I feel even worse for him. Cause like, okay, for those who don't know, for how the YouTube backend works, right? Is you release a video, and you know it does well for whatever reason, or hopefully it does well, right? But the YouTube deletes it, all those views are gone. All those likes, all those comments, all those benefits that the good video gives you to the algorithm vanish overnight. But then if you have to re-upload something, then you get like a fourth of those views again if you're lucky, a fourth of the comments, a fourth of the likes. And so, because everybody who's already watched it has watched it, and they're not going to watch the re-upload because they've already seen it before. You can ask them to re-upload. I watched the re-upload, but like, and the portion of people who do that is just basically non-existent. And so all that work that you put into that, and all the benefits you got from the original video just disappear, and it actually hurts your channel more because when videos don't do well, then it hurts you in the algorithm because YouTube's like, okay, then you don't post anything good, and so that's why it's sometimes recommended that if we have a low view count videos and they're older, not like evergreen videos, which are videos that can be watched for years to come because the context and the video topic is forever, just to delete them because it actually hurts you by having that. So he's already a small channel and it's been deleted. Man, he got fucked. But then again, I can't say I'm surprised based off the topic for this, but that's unfortunate. I'm so sorry, man. Oh, for the record, though, for my own disclaimer, I agree with that disclaimer. I don't support anything that Epstein did or said or whatever the case is. I'm simply a React slop tuber, and so I'm taking this information that's being given and being like, oh no, it's bad. Woo! Oh, this ad!
Thank you, man. I know how it feels. Nah. They're not worth it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
I was tripping. Oh my god, that is the youth slang is something. But I remember this ad. As it was playing during the Super Bowl, it happened earlier. And it's fucking hilarious because they're talking about anti-Semitism and a black man actually is helping him, and that's not how it works in the real world, but you know what, hey.
Jeffrey Epstein.
So the Epstein files have dropped recently, at least some of them, and after a few days, there have mainly been two reactions. There's the low information normie class whose minds are totally blown, and then there are the schizos and chuds who have known about this stuff for years and are clown-pilled to the point that it barely matters. Assuming you're a member of the latter category, I'm sure you can relate to the experience of normies frantically asking if you've heard about the latest horrific crime against humanity that you first saw on Poll a decade ago. Better late than never, I suppose, but this often leads to the awkward question of what now, to which the answer is nothing. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but as far as I can tell, this email drop is no different than the rest of what we've been given regarding Epstein, and that it's largely a diversion. The crazy stuff that normies are melting down over is all alleged. You know, I'm not saying that George Bush wasn't on a yacht with a bunch of elites where they dismembered and ate baby intestinal fecal matter after washing.
Hold on, I gotta read this, hold on. I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. Well, typical African, makes sense. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which the feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. Interesting. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these utensils. He was also raped by George Bush I. Victim disclosed that he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who's creator of The True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of FBI investigation, copyright infringement. Let me know let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this into the head office. Okay. So, two things. One, I know there are parts of the Epstein files where somebody was talking about stuff that they saw, but the FBI had to discredit them because it was just there was no evidence. It was too far fetched and too like no matter no matter what they tried to find, they couldn't find anything to corroborate it, and it was just a ramblings of a schizoid man. I don't know how true that is or not because that leads me to two. At this point, I don't really care about the Epstein files because I am part of the latter group that this guy who's making the video is describing here, right? Like, when the Epstein files was a big thing last year, when the Trump administration had Pam Bundy going on Fox News being like, I got those files right on my desk. You know, the things I'm reading about is totally horrific. And, you know, we had to parse this before we release it to the public. I was like, sure, great, go after him. This is awesome, right? Like, I didn't really care about beforehand because to me, I just see it as the government being the government, and they're, you know, Epstein's a Mossad agent, allegedly. So, you know, just we weren't gonna find anything out about it. But the fact that Trump administration was gonna try to do that, I was like, yeah, sure, great, go after him. And then like 6 months later, the files aren't real. They don't exist. A Democrat hoax. So I was like, hey, yo, wait, hold on a second. What are we doing here? Like, we're backtracking hardcore. It's been a huge fucking shit show. Like, I was heavily critical of the Trump administration and how they handled it after that. But now that it's been a year, and we're getting the slow drip of files, and it's all over the place. And then supposedly during the Iran stuff too, like, they deleted some of the Epstein files. I've just become fatigued. Like, I don't really care anymore. I'm demoralized, and I know I'm part of the problem by being that in that case, personally myself. But it's like, yeah, okay, so Alex Jones started with Bohemian Grove and found out all the baby sacrificing stuff was real. We're gonna know about the endochromes, where they're using the stem cells of babies and their blood to make the elites more youthful. Pizzagate's real. Okay, good to know that conspiracy theory is true. Well, welcome back 2016 once again. Like, but what's gonna happen to any of it? Nothing. Nothing's gonna happen. Everyone's implicated and involved with this shit. Like there's like not. It's just we're run by satanic pedophiles. Congratulations. We still have infinity immigration happening within the United States and the Western world in general. Like, there was a whole fire in Glasgow a couple days ago where they burnt down a fucking centuries-old building there because of a fucking vape shop, for example. And Texas has become Little India, but also has a shit ton of Mexicans and Muslims as well. Like, it's like 30-some% white at this point. Like, Texas demographics are horrible there. Same with California. And we're having like literally being replaced in real time. I'm much more concerned about the demographics of the Western world and us losing our birthrights and our countries than the satanic pedophiles that nothing's gonna happen to them because they're satanic pedophiles and they rule the world. Which they're the ones also pushing immigration in the first place, but then we're getting to Vanta Black pilling right there. So I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Interracial gang rapes and cutting a guy's feet with scimitars after violating him, but we need more than a testimony where even the agent writing the stuff down didn't believe it. As far as I can tell, the big stuff is all like this. You've got a 2013 email between Epstein and a former French diplomat who's currently a World Economic Forum member, where they compare white girls to shrimp and talk about removing the heads and keeping the bodies. I think we all have an idea of what that means, but can you prove it? Keep in mind, this is what you're allowed to see. Epstein was first arrested for soliciting a minor in 2006, and it took 13 years to finally raid him in 2019. Of the mountains of evidence accumulated from decades of deviancy, how much of that do you think will be officially released? How much of that do you think hasn't been destroyed in the 20 years since? I've long stopped caring about—
Oh yeah, because I remember doing the whole Epstein files fiasco last year. Because everybody was like, where are the files? Where are the files? One of the excuses Pam Bondi used was that the FBI branch in New York City was destroying the files and they had to corral them because there were some people left over from the previous administration that was trying to sabotage them. And I believed it because I know the FBI is infested with leftists. You can see it with the Biden administration. I know the government in general is with traitors. Like, they had to make massive cuts within the government, which is actually one of the good things that the Trump administration did because for as much as I complain about Trump these days, he has actually done good things. Like bring the Afrikaners in, the one good instance of actual immigration and asylum seeking. Cutting the government, getting some of the Doge cuts in, not all of them though. That's mostly Congress' faults for not actually approving that. In that case, there were net negative immigrations on the border, so the illegals aren't coming into the border anymore. I mean, I'm sure a couple sneak through, but it's nothing compared to what was compared to Biden, right? So there are good things happening under Trump. It's just the Epstein stuff not happening.
The files for this reason. Of course, I'd like them to be released, but I don't think the government will ever give us what people are looking for, with this recent batch of emails serving as an example of that. So, is that it? It's over? Never began? Well, no. There is one major thing of note regarding the recent Epstein file drop, which is the confirmation that the Epstein operation was explicitly an ethnic one. And really, everyone suspected that to some degree. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was a huge Mossad guy, but going through the emails, it's clear to see that it wasn't just an Israeli operation, it was a Jewish one. Epstein says verbatim that he represents the Rothschilds, a highly powerful international banking family connected to Zionism, who directly created the current state of Israel through the Balfour Declaration in World War I, with the Rothschilds and other Zionists potentially buying Churchill for his debts, which then led to opposition with Nazi Germany, and the rest is history. It's worth noting that this particular email.
No wonder this original video got deleted by YouTube. We're hitting levels of noticing that never been hit before. Okay. Well, never been hit. I should say never been hit before. More on YouTube side of things, so never been hit before. But with this, we're getting a very spicy territory. I disavow. Disavow.
Was sent to Silicon Valley tech mogul and co-ethnic Peter Thiel, a friend of Elon Musk who started PayPal with him, and the longtime mentor of Vice President J.D. Vance, who put him in the White House, on the subject of networking and international power. Epstein elaborates on these subjects a few other times, like how in a conversation with the renowned professor and AI entrepreneur Roger Schenck, he says that the way the Jew makes money is by selling concepts and operating outside the framework of non-Jews. A direct quote is, "Let the Goyim deal in the real world. Let the Goyim toil in the rat race and work themselves into an early grave, while the Jew operates on a separate plane of existence, making money through non-tangible means like academia and markets, banking and pornography." I'd like to reiterate that this is Epstein speaking to other Jews. This isn't some extremist conspiracy theory. When Epstein speaks to a Mark Fisher about how Jewish souls are more valuable than the souls of non-Jews, that's not because an anti-Semite had a gun to his head and forced him to say those things. Likewise, the conversation with Fisher, in which the latter tells Epstein that if he's going to breed, it must be with a Jewish girl, sounds conspiratorial, but it's real, and that's not an uncommon concern within Jewish communities. Many will claim that Epstein specifically was an ethno-supremacist, when Judaism as a whole prohibits marriage between Jews and Gentiles. In fact, Israel as a country does not permit intermarriage. In other words, Israel as a country does not permit Jews to miscegenate with non-Jews.
Okay, I gotta read this infographic. I see, yeah, this is all pretty mainstream. I know this is mainstream, like, but it's... Okay, so for the record, chat, right, like, as I know we're all, you know, noticers here to some sort of degree, but keep in mind, a lot of this stuff is relatively new to a lot of people because of how censored the internet has been over the past 10 years, right? Trump got in the office back in 2016, and then all the media companies had to be like, shut it down! And create mass censorship. We saw it with YouTube, we saw it with Google, Twitter, obviously, and Facebook. And then 2020 rolled around with COVID and Black Lives Matter, and then it got even harsher. And those were like the worst days. Those were like the dark ages of censorship. Was between like 2020 2023. And it wasn't until Elon bought Twitter and turned it into X that stuff kind of went away. For all of Elon's flaws and issues with him, and even though Twitter isn't still 100% free speech, him buying it has allowed people to actually discuss and talk about and realize and learn new things that they never would have before because of how regulated the internet actually is about lots of these topics, especially these spicy ones in particular. And so this is for somebody who's been you know, on the ground, aware of these things even before 2016. Good for you, right? But if you're like a younger generation or a normie, a boomer, something along those lines, then you're not gonna know about that till relatively recently, and even then, a lot of normies aren't actually aware of this kind of stuff. Um, so like, it's this is not surprising to us because we already know about it because we're already paying attention to it over the past few years. But for YouTube, my point is for YouTube is that a lot of this stuff is quite spicy. And so therefore it's not it's still quite spicy for the mainstream. It's not mainstream. Like a lot of normies still deny this. A lot of people don't realize this stuff because it's hidden away from them. And even though censorship is better off, like this is not something you can really talk about on YouTube still. The first video fucking got deleted based off his disclaimer at the very beginning. So it's just like you gotta keep that in mind. Well, that's why it says the biggest no thing that's happened for the case of YouTube, which is well, the thing is he can get away with this because he's a small channel, and even then the first video got deleted. But he can get away with this as a small channel. I mean, somebody brought up Flight from Syracuse before the video started, and he was I think he's a good example of somebody who was trying to use their small size to fly close to the sun and talk about different things. But unfortunately, too many eyes got on him so fast that that's the reason why he hasn't been really able to make any videos on it because well he flew too fast into the sun himself. And that's my fear. I don't know. Maybe something's actually happened IRL and that's why he can't make videos or something like that. But that's the vibe that I'm getting off of it for him. And that's exactly what I'm personally doing too. Like, I'm well aware since I'm small, and I like being small, I can kind of say a lot more stuff that a lot of big people can't, because once you get too many eyes, they track every single movement. They go after every single thing, and they will destroy you if you fly too close to the sun. And you just gotta keep in mind when you're talking about um different things like this because once again normies aren't aware of it.
The secular component does not detract from the fact that the national policy is no race mixing. I mentioned Israel because
I was gonna pause to read that infographic and then I got distracted by somebody's chat's comments. Hold on. Oopsies. We gotta frame by frame this. Okay, there's a lot of frame by frames. I'm sure, but if you get big enough to look back to the archives, I mean, true. And then you have to wipe the archives and take care of that. I know that because I already had to wipe my channel once already, and it's been unfortunate, but it is what it is. Which is why I want to stay small. Well, some growth is fine, right? All right, but slow and steady wins the race. I don't want to explode, and I don't want to be massive. Okay, are you a heterosexual couple? No, sorry, Israel does not grant same-sex marriages. Base. Yes. Are you both partners Jewish? Yes. Mazel tov. You can marry in Israel, but only if you have Orthodox resident wedding. No. Are both partners no religion? You can have a civil union. Ah, they love the civil union, but not for the gays. Are you a Jewish man and a Muslim woman? No mixed marriage. Are you a Christian man and Muslim woman? No mixed marriage. Wait. So even if you're live in Israel and you're Christian and you're not Jewish at all, you still can't actually get married in Israel. Okay. Is one partner Jewish and the other Christian? No. Are you a Muslim man and a Jewish woman? It's complicated. Are you a Muslim man and a Christian woman? It's complicated. Well, okay then. I can see the complication for the Jewish woman. They'd probably be stoned or cast out, right, for betraying her religion and race. But with a Muslim and a Christian woman, that's like how is that any different from a Christian man and a Muslim woman? Actually. No, real talk. How is it different for a Christian man and a Muslim woman versus a Muslim man and a Christian woman? They're both not Jewish, and they're both living in Israel. So wouldn't they both not be it? Are they saying that Muslim men are better than Christian men? I know they don't like the Christians. But I know they also hate the Muslims too. Everyone's Amalek after all. I know they have a specific hate boner for Christianity in Rome, but still they hate the Muslims a lot. Okay, okay, I'm still confused. They love watching white people race mix, so it's fine. Okay. Okay. So because the women are the one reproducing anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. I get it now.
The secular component does not detract from the fact that the national policy is no race mixing. I mention Israel because whenever you speak on this stuff, there's an immediate knee-jerk response of not all. It's not all Jews. Epstein viewed Gentiles as inferior, and so did his many powerful friends, but this recurring pattern isn't indicative of anything broader. And there is a sliver of truth to that. The secular 40-year-old Jewish true cell working minimum wage at Taco Bell wasn't invited to the island. However, not all is often said to discourage pattern recognition. Yes, some people do bad things. In fact, they may even be statistically overrepresented if you look at the numbers, but it's not all members of that group, and therefore you can't make broad statements regarding groups as a whole. There's a phrase that comes to mind, not all, but always. It's not all members of a group, but it always seems to be a member of that group. It's not every single one, but there's a pattern there. Epstein himself acknowledges this pattern. In an email, he reminisces how he was at dinner with a bunch of right-wing guys, and he asked why they're so anti-Semitic. One of them stated that historically Jews have held a lot of power behind the scenes, to which Epstein asks for an example. The guy points at Epstein and everyone starts laughing. Epstein is indignant when someone says, "How else do you explain how the past 3 days we've seen princes, prime ministers, other officials, emissaries, and 2 presidents?" To which Epstein laughs and says, "Guilty." It's like a sketch from a sitcom, complete with a laugh track. But the craziest thing to me is that influential ethnic sex predator Jeffrey Epstein is like, why are you guys so anti-Semitic? Jews hold a disproportionate amount of power? Source? It's insane that Jeffrey Epstein is whining about anti-Semitism, playing the victim and crying foul before laughing about it immediately after. It's relatively small, but something of note is the common usage of the term goyim, or goy for short. It's a
Well, does it also help that with Judaism being very matriarchal, they have like internalized internal feminism happening there, like femininity in general. They always have to be the victim. You know, they're always, you know, crying and saying something bad's happening to them while attacking you at the same time. It's very feminine of how their religion works in that case. And it's just a little interesting note. It's a little interesting note that there for how they work. Which is why they have so many derogatory words there. That's why Epstein can be like, oh, well, isn't it just a coincidence? And also, you know, complain about anti-Semitism at the same time. You got Amalek, you got Goyim, and I'm sure there's probably a million other ones that don't exist. Somebody brought up in chat, yeah, they turned off the auto-translation in from Hebrew to English on Twitter. Because people were doing that and realizing what they were saying. So, auto-translate works for Japanese, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, whatever the case is, but not for Hebrew for some reason.
Yiddish term that Jews use to refer to non-Jews. Gentile is the official term, while goy is more of a slur. The email about goyim slaving in the real world while Jews operate above it all really sums it up. It's a demeaning term used to look down on the other 99.8% of the global population. The mindless cogs in a machine designed to benefit the chosen few, which Epstein lays out in that same email. I'd like to reiterate that the Epstein operation was explicitly an ethnically Jewish one. Epstein is on record favoring blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girls, and to my understanding, all of the victims had been Gentiles. None of them were Jewish, and of course they weren't. As award-winning journalist and media consultant Michael Wolff said to Epstein in 2017, it's a war between Jews and non-Jews, with Jews presently winning. It doesn't matter if you don't see the world that way. In fact, the vast majority of people still think that Jews are white. Well, they're not. And Epstein's sex trafficking was an ethnic attack specifically targeting the children of non-Jews. The term they use for Gentile women is shiksa, derived of the Hebrew word sheketz, which means abomination and impure. In other words, they consider women of all other races to be whores, but this is nothing new. There's a long history of Jews sexualizing and demeaning shiksas. A 2021 article from The Guardian details the prevalence of pairing shiksas of Jews in Hollywood films, as well as the fact that burlesque shows starred Gentiles rather than Jewish women, as the latter were thought of as pure, as opposed to the whorish, unclean shiksa. This article was, of course, written by a Jewish woman who celebrates the Jewish domination of Hollywood, which from its inception was always Semitic. On a similar note, pornography as a whole is the industry of whoring out and degrading shiksa, with the vast majority of the porn industry having ties to Jews. Al Goldstein, founder of the pornographic magazine Screw, which is described as a pioneer in bringing hardcore pornography into the American mainstream during the late 60s and early 70s, infamously stated that Jews are overrepresented in the porn industry because, quote, we think that Christ sucks. Catholicism sucks. We don't believe in authoritarianism, and pornography is a way of defiling Christian culture. You'll note that in this statement, it's acknowledged that porn is a subversive weapon against Christians, and really the Goyim as a whole. This isn't exactly a secret, however, considering how
I need a tinfoil hat. I need a tinfoil hat asset for this. Because we're digging quite deep into this rabbit hole here. Yeah, this video. Oh my god, this, even with his disclaimer there that this is what Epstein believes in, I feel like it's just radiating here. I feel like this is just absolutely radiating spice from it. I'm like, I've already known all of this stuff, so I'm not sitting here in disbelief. I'm sitting like I was for like the Think Before You Sleep video, just like the vomit that's coming out of each woman's mouth as he played the clips, right? I'm sitting here thinking, holy fucking shit, get this man some bodyguards, another underground basement going on there, some you know, some guns. Somebody fear for his life. I hope he is not suicidal.
2002, in a conflict with Palestine, Israel broadcasted pornography for West Bank TV stations as they occupied the area. On the subject of Israel, it's also worth noting, of course, the vast amounts of human trafficking and the prostitution of Gentile women from Russia, Ukraine, the Baltic states, South Africa, and the Dominican Republic. In 1998, it was noted that more than 95% of the women deported from Israel for illegal prostitution were repatriated to the former Soviet Union, with a professor from Hebrew University in Israel estimating that 70% of women working in prostitution were from Russia and other former Soviet republics. Considering how these women didn't even speak the language, I think you can imagine how they got there and how they were treated. As with all of this, it was ethnically motivated sex slavery. To reiterate what Wolff said in 2017, it's a war between Jews and non-Jews, Jews presently winning. Now, of course, not all Jews, but it's enough Jews to notice some patterns. People always want to blame the Zionists or the Frankists or the Canaanites, but you'll notice that it's never a Gentile. When Epstein mocks one of his victims for saying that Jesus is watching over her, to which his friend replies that Epstein should dress as Jesus when he sees her, remember what Goldstein said about hating Christ, alongside the fact that according to Jewish scripture, Jesus Christ is a false prophet who is burning in hell in boiling excrement.
Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ. I think that
Oh, there's Ben Shapiro with these tiny little eyebrows. They seem to be growing with each day that the Iran war goes on. It's quite a fascinating instance of evolution.
there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written.
He was just a prophet, and right?
No. We don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
What do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Roman and got killed for their trouble.
When you read the emails about gene testing and designer babies, and you see the talks of potential cannibalism, consider the fact that these people have a slur for the rest of the population, who they consider genetically and spiritually inferior. The sad thing is that very little of this is new information. Again, patterns. But it's nice to have some confirmation, like the email where Epstein discusses attending the World Jewish Congress dinner with the Rothschilds. If you were to talk about the ethnic component of the elites a month ago, you'd be discredited as a conspiratorial anti-Semite, but now you can literally source Jeffrey Epstein when speaking about this stuff. I would say that this is the silver lining to the Epstein files. For the past few years, the country has been in uproar over the conflict in Gaza, and for the past year, the Trump admin was criticized for not releasing the files. A massive spotlight has been in this direction for years, only for the Epstein files to reveal that the whole operation came from a place of deep ethnic hatred. Mainstream sources have simmered down after this revelation, but what about the people? I never thought I'd see the day that normies finally came around on Pizzagate, but here we are. And while a lot of the reactions I see are no doubt more so indicative of the sphere I'm in rather than the layman's opinion, I truly feel that
okay, that's... He's really trying to get this video nuked here. Jesus Christ. Disavow. But I mean, he's okay. Let me be very careful how I frame this here. So fuck. I mean, he's not wrong, but the problem, he's not technically wrong. That's a lot of people. He says normies, but I guess it depends on the gradient of normie it actually is. Because my dad, for example, who's a literal boomer, doesn't know anything about this kind of stuff. And if I were to go on the street, I could maybe find some people being like, "Oh yeah, the Epstein files is horrific, isn't it?" But like they wouldn't really be able to point you to anything specific that exactly happened, because a lot of them just have like, "Oh, it's just the pedophilia aspect of things," which is bad, because pedophilia is fucking bad and horrible. And I do wish people would get, well, I would say locked up, but frankly, I think the wood chipper would be a lot better for what they've done in that case. But I don't know any much more deeper than that. It's gonna be those that are more internet savvy, more the younger ones, like the Zoomers or something along those lines, that would be possibly noticed in that. And even then, it's gonna be the ones that are more politically inclined that are going this route here. So it's just, I don't like, obviously it's nice that the Epstein files confirm a lot of stuff that people have been, speculating about, the conspiracy theories, that the tinfoil hats, the Alex Jones was right jar. It's nice to have that confirmation. You can actually pull it up and source it, but once again, normies are not going to know or care or do anything about this in any way, shape, or form. And the spicier ones that you can actually source from, Epstein himself, like this guy in this video is doing, you're still only going to see very few people actually utilizing it. And you're going to see a lot more people trying to discredit it at the same time. It's a silver lining, yes. And you'll get you get a few more people, but all it does is just demoralize more.
Of the Epstein files, this is the best opportunity in decades to push the Overton window. Right now, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of anger. Every day, something new comes up, like Pam Bondi supposedly redacting information from the files on account of anti-Semitism. There's a lot of outrage, but nowhere for it to go. And so, this is the best opportunity in decades to provide answers for certain questions. All of that said, this brings us to the question of why now? For that matter, why release this stuff at all? Some will argue that the government had to release the files, but they overshot that deadline by 40 days, and realistically, they could have just destroyed them, which I assume has already been done to the damning things everyone wants to see. Well, if you consider the timeline, this file drop came at the end of January, and about a week later, the biggest sporting event of the year happened. I think the intention was demoralization. You see normies chimping over the files, and you think, oh man, is something finally happening? And then a week later, you see 100 times that amount of people going wild over goy ball, and it's like, never mind. It really is just bread and circuses. Supposedly in Brazil, a few years ago, 81% of the population was watching the World Cup. That's 173 million people. 173 million people could do a lot of things, including radically change the government and system they live in. Well, they didn't do that. They all went back to their crime-infested favelas, and nothing ever happened. The Super Bowl is essentially our equivalent. Supposedly, the viewership peaked at around 138 million viewers. That's about 40% of the country, and it's a reality check that the masses are still very much asleep. Again, I think the timing was very much intentional. They dropped the files and gave the noticers a sliver of hope right before the biggest sporting event of the year that hijacked the discourse. And now the normies have...
That is true. I even made a stream talking about the Super Bowl myself because of the Bad Bunny concert. That was horrible. And the ethnic replacement that was demonstrated in his music. I call it a music video because it was not made to be a performance at the Super Bowl. It was made to be a music video. The commercials and other things like that. Because there is actual talking points there to show that, the woke's not going away. Leftism is still dominant. It still holds institutions. So there's definitely lots of examples, and that was a prime one in my personal opinion because of how big the Super Bowl is. Even if viewership has been dropping throughout the years because it's getting worse, people still like their goy ball after all. In that case. And I do agree with him. The point is demoralization, and guess what? It fucking worked. Because I'm demoralized. I don't fucking care about the Epstein files anymore. I'm watching this video because I was paid 50 shekels for it. And actually, I want to support the small channel. In this case. But there's no point. Nothing's gonna be done about it. And the very few people that actually care about it can sound the alarms as much as they want, but they're gonna be drowned out by either other things or other bigger names, shouting at them instead. So it's just it's highly unfortunate, but it is what it is, and so I do think some truth to it. I know there was some speculation online about how the drip feeding of the Epstein files, because it's not just all one big drop. It's been multiple drops drip feeding this information over and over, and with all the different issues happening with the release, which who knows, how was actually being proper released, like he's saying here. A lot of stuff is probably being deleted. That because it's been such a long story that's been going on for a year now. That's also part of the demoralization process as well. Nobody cares. They've moved on.
Have moved on to arguing about how gay the halftime show was, or how the Turning Point alternative was cringe, rather than the ethnic hatred motivating the blackmail child abuse operation they've whined about for years. And even then, the reason I call the files a diversion is because they distract from immediate issues that will affect your daily life, like Virginia's brand new governor Abigail Spanberger, who upon taking the role immediately put in a bill to remove the minimum sentencing for felonies such as manslaughter, rape, and child sex crimes. They're also putting in a bill on account of first-generation Bangladeshi immigrant Saddam Aslam Salim, who's a senator, to ban so-called assault weapons, which is defined as center-fire semi-automatics, which comprises of most guns. They're also putting in a bill discriminating against white men in government contracting, where women and minorities are favored in contracts under 100K because fuck you, white man, quote Abigail Spanberger, who's Jewish and not white. Now, to be fair, Spanberger...
Yep. I've been hearing about the whole discriminating as white men thing over the past couple days, but I know when I'm pretty sure I covered it a month or so ago when Spanberger got into office, and she was making those different bills about she raised a shit ton of taxes and regulations on a whole bunch of things too. And they're also gerrymandering the state, so it has complete control. It's going to be Democrat complete control as well. And you know what the best part is? The best part is the fact that the GOP ran a black woman who supported Black Lives Matter, and was making her whole campaign about vote me because I'm a black woman. The GOP has learned nothing from Hillary Clinton.
Opposition was a female Jamaican anti-Trumper, first generation.
Oh, he brings her up. Never mind. Well, not never mind, but still.
Immigrant Republican named Winsome Earl Sears. So that's modern politics for you. It's worth noting that the prior governor, Glenn Youngkin, was a Republican who wanted trans issues after a boy in a skirt raped a girl in a school bathroom. Why the GOP decided to follow him up with an anti-Trump black female immigrant, I have no idea. But the point is that focusing on big picture shit like Epstein distracts from local issues with major consequences like Spanberger and her Indian cohort, who immediately began raping Virginia.
Oh yeah, like, I think that at this point in time, voting doesn't really matter, because I do think there's a uni party, at least when it comes to like some major issues for different things, and it's a lot of it's performative to make it feel like people actually are doing something and actually have control when in reality they don't. However, I do believe that voting does matter, at least on local issues. Local issues are still controlled. There's still the local elites that have a lot of pressure on different things. But just like everything, the closer to the center that you get, the more personal it is. And so therefore, the more power you actually have. Which is why I advocate for you guys to, like, go out to your local community, go to your church, volunteer, reach out to family and friends and try to do this stuff. All things that I personally don't do because I'm a hypocrite. But it's technically the right thing to do. And voting does matter, at least I do believe at this time the voting still matters for the local stuff. Not like the black woman that supports the trans stuff and, Black Lives Matter would really be a huge upgrade to the Democrat version of things. But at least it would be slightly better than what Spanberger is doing, personally. And that's where you should definitely go out and vote and try to change things in those cases and advocate. And maybe have control of the GOP in Virginia and be like, maybe don't put that person up for candidate because you're asking to be immediately kicked to the ground by doing that.
I want the files released. Really, I think everyone does. But in the very likely event that we'll never get what people are looking for, which is names, evidence, and heads rolling, I think the biggest takeaway from all this is the ethnic angle. In conclusion, I'd like to take a look at a certain ad from the Super Bowl, namely the Blue Square Alliance ad, an organization dedicated to standing up to Jewish hate. In this ad, a meek Semitic manlet is ruthlessly terrorized by two 90s sitcom characters, as in they put a sticky note on his backpack that reads Dirty Jew, which gets the attention of
I like the music that he's choosing for this.
everyone within a mile radius, causing his diverse classmates, mostly female, to point and laugh. He reaches his locker, sees the note, and right as the Showa flashbacks begin, a mystery meat mulatto comes up and says not to listen to them, as he knows how it feels. Presumably, he too can relate to the Jewish experience. This is where the ad ends, but the original version goes on a bit longer, wherein the heroic black guy is like, "She, little what's your name, cuh?"
Not the fucking chirp! Oh my god, not the Sealy bird!
To which the harmless nebbish Jew replies, "Me? My name is Israel Child Rapestein." $15 million, by the way, but can you really
Once again, no wonder this video was deleted off YouTube.
put a price tag on a brainwashing the Goyim? It's peak propaganda, where the white man ridicules the Jew as other ethnic groups watch, only for the savior to be a diverse man of unknown ethnic origins. He's black, though. There's so much to take away from this. It reminds me of the famous quote that America is a melting pot. Specifically, it reminds me of the quote's origin. A British Jew named Israel Zangwill, a close friend of Theodore Hearst, who is the father of the Zionist movement. The quote comes from a play that Zangwill Zangwill wrote about a Russian Jew who pursues a beautiful young Christian woman, something Zangwill never did, as he had children with a Jewish woman named Edith Ayrton. He also never moved to America, yet he was happy to talk about how the true American is a fusion of all races, perhaps resembling the Übermenschen Gigamut who we see defending the Jew in the ad. Really, the least surprising thing here is that the golem in the ad is black, at least partially. There's a long history of Jews
Holy fuck. Don't glow, yeah. I'm just like, okay. Okay. So I'm trying to debate how spicy I can be in return here, right? Like Because I'm just like, okay, this guy is mocking me and those standards, which I'm okay with. But I'm also sitting here being like, holy fuck, okay. Like, it's one thing when it's a live stream. Another thing when it's a video here. Well, I mean, based. Not even question mark on there. It's just based. I need the glow. But yeah, okay. So here we go. Here we go. I had a small debate with somebody the other day, which is far and few, quite rare for me, because I don't like debating, because I don't see the point in it. And honestly, this helped reinstate my belief, right? Because we're both on the right. We have a lot of opinions that we agree for different things. You know, that kind of deal, right? But they had the audacity to say that there's no such thing as an American, that we have no bloodlines. And that America is just an idea. And I was just like, okay, hold the phone. We're not doing this shit. Like, listen. And they try to be like, oh, look at all the immigration, use the melting pot thing, all these other stuff that exists, the fact that America's a propositional nation, and different things like that. And it's like, no, like there are actual real Americans. We have our own bloodlines ourselves. We actually have our own culture. The problem is we've been psyoped for 60 plus years alone, since the Hart-Celler Act of 1965, into importing everyone and their mother. Everyone moves to America because we are the best country in the world. Now, we obviously have lots of problems or different things. We had problems back in 1965, but we were extremely wealthy. We were the world hegemon. We have a shit ton of natural resources, a ton of land across the board for, just to fill people in. Like, we literally live in paradise for a lot of different things. And yes, we are descendants of the British, and mostly. There's obviously some German in there too, but the 13 colonies were British, and so have Anglo-Saxon culture, and ideas, and we've branched off and did our own thing. American and a British person are different. I mean, hell, there's different aspects of the language, even though we share the same language. Where we, like, for example, the sidewalk, they call it pavement. How they spell things are differently too. The pronounced stuff, different things like that. Like we've branched off and created our own thing, but it's only through decades of just demoralization that has occurred and just propaganda that makes people believe this kind of stuff. And as an outsider, I can understand where he was coming from, in the sense that, like, America doesn't have a bloodline, right? There's no such thing as actually American. I can understand that, because if you're an outsider looking in and you look at the hellhole America has become with how many mixed race and how many foreigners we actually do have in place. Like I said before in the beginning of the video, where like Texas and California are in the 30 percentages, some roughly, are there for whites. And other states have horrible demographics across the board too. America as a whole is only about 55%, depending on what statistic you look at. And then if you actually look at kindergartners and younger, then you're going back to the 30s again for how many kids are white. Like, our demographics are in the fucking toilet with how bad it actually is. I can understand why an outsider looking in can look at this and be like, there is no actual American, because they just see our country full of foreigners. But as I said before in this stream, my dad was born before the Hart-Solar Act was passed. When he was born, America was 85 to 90% white, with the other percentage being the blacks left over from slavery, which in itself already caused some problems or different things, but still, majority white nation. And within his lifetime alone, that has just significantly dropped, and it's going to get worse once the boomers actually die off, because every single boomer is white. If you pay attention, every single boomer is white. The only time you see an old non-white person, they still have the heavy accent from wherever they come from, and you realize they came here like 10 to 20 years ago. But every single actual boomer that was born between the years of 1948 roughly, I believe is when they start, till like 1960 something, and like they're all white, because America is a white nation, and that's what America is. When you say, even in the modern age, with how bad our immigration numbers are, you say an American, you still think a white person, because that's who we are. That's our bloodline. But there is something as an actual American, with ideas and cultures and the burgers and the guns and the freedom and all the fun stuff that goes with it. And this melting pot absolutely has destroyed that thanks to this propaganda. Even beyond the demographics, we're also being degenerated by all the bullshit in the food and water that's destroying us. That's also true as well. Thank you, Color, for the $1 we do. Israel and the Jews are third world people. And a second world country pretending to be the first world. Yep, I would agree with that. Yeah. Siam all for midwits like you is simple. Live somewhere with the same people, have kids, and have them live there too. In a couple centuries, you'll have a strong community. It's not that simple though. It's not. I mean, it's part of the solution. I agree. Like, people need to settle down and have kids, but we've been doing that for generations, and we're still only like in the 30s now when it comes to kids. And the reason why people aren't having kids is for a whole host of different issues. You have women in the workplace, which has deflated wages. When you double the workforce and you don't have the demand to go for it, well, congratulations. What do you think happens to the wages? In that case. So that everything goes down there. You have women on birth control and SSRIs, and so they're going to college as well. So they're pushing off their biological clock to the last minute, as a whole bunch of complications. That's even they are having kids. Then you have the whole generation brainwashed by feminism, so you don't even have kids in the first place. And so you have lots of men, which unfortunately I know a lot of you guys in chat are part of that demographic, that aren't able to have kids, much less have a girlfriend because you can't find anyone because they're all batshit insane and don't want any kids. And everything else in between. And then you have the men's issues too, where you can't get a job because you're actively discriminating against white people. He brought up in the video, but Virginia is discriminating against white men for having small businesses. Well, that's relatively new. It's been happening in Britain, and it's been happening across the board. You have H-1Bs coming in, flooding it with Indians. I have 2 people that I personally know that have been out of the workforce for a year or more, because they can't get a job, even though they have degrees and have a long repertoire themselves for their for how long they've been in the workforce, and their resume. And then the inflation skyrocketed since 2020, since we shut down the fucking government stupidly over fucking flu, and made everything more expensive that way. And then you have a huge divide between men and women in general, politically wise, which goes back to my original points. But still, you have all these and then you have the taxes being crazy. You have the Somalian fucking problems in Minnesota, where they're on multiple different forms of welfare, scamming everything. Um, like, like it's just there's so many issues at hand that have been purposely put in place to stop white people from having kids and getting together and having families versus being able to the nuns instead. Like it's endless. The best country in the world, huh? It's happening across the whole entire Western world, though. Like, anybody who says Britain is cooked is retarded. Anyone who says America is cooked is retarded. Or Australia. It's the entirety of the Western world's facing this. I mean, I missed the story, but like I said, the Glasgow fire that happened, where it burned down centuries of history right there. Because of some vape shop by some third worlder. Yeah, the Pakistani rape gangs. But those happen in the entirety of Europe and in Germany. You can just go look in the streets of Paris or Rome, or Munich and see all the nuns there and all the different stories happening. Same thing with Australia. I mean, Japan's now facing immigration problems too because they're a first world country. Like Canada and the Indians. No matter where you fucking go in the Western world, they're having. It's literally called the Great Replacement for a reason. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. You can see it in real time. The United Nations even made a whole fucking form about it back in 2001. Where they talk about how to import the third world into the Western world as much as possible. No matter where you go in the Western world, you're going to be facing it, and it's by design. It's on purpose. The only one that's actually the only ones fighting against this are the Eastern European countries like Hungary and Poland, because they were able, actually, being part of the Soviet Union did them some good, and so they had the vaccine against communism, and they're trying so hard to actually keep their country and their values alive again. So, like, and even then, they're being, heavily pressured by the EU to stop that because they're not playing ball. It's a multifaceted issue that simply just having kids doesn't solve. Yes, you should still have kids. You should marry and reproduce. I advocate for that pretty much every single stream. And yes, one day I want to marry and reproduce as well. That's my goal. That is my dream. But you can't simply just outbreed them when the Somalian family in Minnesota are having 8 kids from 2 or 3 different wives and getting, thousands of dollars from the government to sit around and do nothing other than swindle us. It's a huge problem at hand.
Trying to ingratiate themselves within the black community. After all, in the words of renowned comedian, producer, political commentator, and television host Jon Stewart Leibowitz,
the Jewish community and the black community, we should be together. Jews and blacks we shouldn't fight. There shouldn't be tension. Jews and blacks should get together and get whitey. I think.
I will say this about black people: they should hate us. Black people should hate white people. I mean, I'm glad that they're trying at least to be nice to us, but we really fuck them over almost at every turn. Jews and blacks fighting each other. That's so fucking stupid. Jews and blacks should get together and get whitey.
You'll note that Leibowitz is trying to form a sense of kinship between the two aggrieved races, just as we see in the Super Bowl ad. Of course, this is a false pretense. Blacks also fit under the category of goy, and they even have their own slur in Yiddish, which is schwarze. So, as you may imagine...
Well, I just learned that new slur. I'm not surprised. I figured the Jews have a slur for pretty much everybody under the sun. Just wasn't sure. Schwarze. I like to say Enwa a lot. Maybe I need to say Schwarze instead whenever a black pops up on my screen. Schwarze! Whoo! The goddamn Schwarze. I don't know. I still like the hard R. Nothing can replace the classic hard R, I'm not gonna lie, but alas. Though it is funny that these tiny hats love pretending that they're white when it's beneficial to them. But as soon as it's beneficial to be the tiny hat that they are, they immediately revert to that. It's just funny how they can camouflage like the reptiles that they are.
Relations between blacks and Jews are often tenuous at best. The Super Bowl ad was generally received poorly. It has an abysmal ratio on YouTube and the comments are turned off. You may think it's absurd to put this out right after the Epstein files dropped, but remember that Epstein himself cried anti-Semitism after a lifetime of ethnic hatred against the Goyim and abusing their children, only to laugh about it a moment later. I've said it a few times now, but so long as we remain in an info war, the ethnic component is the single most important takeaway from the files. This is one of the very few opportunities we've been allowed since the end of World War II. And so, despite my better judgment, I'm a bit hopeful that maybe, just maybe, one day the Goyim will know. Either way, see you next time.
And you know what? I can appreciate the flight to the sun myself. I've done it a few times before. This was pretty good. It definitely explains what all went down pretty well and goes into the tenfold aspect of things, but the correct way. The correct way. But you know, with the disclaimer there at the beginning, being like, yeah, so what Epstein believes and all that fun stuff. You know, just fair warning there. And this would be good. A video to sit down to show your normie friend and explain like the Epstein file type of stuff. Because it said very concise, very clearly. The only part where it probably shouldn't be the case is where he has the image of his Discord friend messaging him about Pizzagate. But after the Pizzagate part where he says something else about a funny mustache man, right? Like that would be the only part where I could feel like a normie would recoil and fear and turn off the video immediately by seeing that. But everything else actually works quite well. So anyway, I'm gonna put the link in chat there. Check it out. Give it a like. Give it a boost in the algorithm, especially since he apparently already had to delete the video once. And stuff. Just watch the first 5 minutes along those lines, just because, you know, it helps him with the algorithm. Though, to be fair, he needs to be careful how close to the sun he gets. Let's see, Silent Hill 2, Ricky Tom, Pathways, Dispatch. Interesting. His first video was about Dispatch. That's an interesting way to swing, because that was a highly recommended game that everybody was talking about. Okay, you know what? There we go. I'm curious to see what else he has to say and how long he survives. I'll be completely honest. Just to see. Just to see here. I'm downloading that video. Yeah, understandable. Understandable here. Oh, yeah, I'm... the clock's ticking, I guess. Thank you, Chain Reaction, for becoming a subby bubby on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, my dude. And thank you, Candace Lucas McCannis, for being a subby bubby for 10 months in a row. Thank you. And Otterflyer for being a subby bubby for 3 months in a row. And Desert Ghost for 10 months as well. Thank you guys for all your subby bubbies tonight. Thank you so much. Definitely support the Kick Bros. Kick is the superior platform by a long shot. I'm sorry, Rumble and YouTube Bros, but Kick is better, and I will hold that until Kick comes after my ass. And until then, Kick is better. So go over the Kick. Oh yes. And for YouTube's algorithm and AI, disavow the video. Ignore what I said about giving out the normies, but disavow. You're just talking about what was in the Epstein files. All that clarification there. Is Kick better because of functionality or less delay? Oh yeah, both basically. The Kick is better because of less delay. Like on YouTube, it's about a 10 to 15 second delay. Kick is basically real time. Then you have the emotes. You have the channel points, which I do need to rework the channel points, aka never. But one day, never. In that case, there's no ads. And then the player is pretty good. And then from my end of things, because I'm a whore, There's a 95-5 split for any of the subby bubbies, warp tokens, different things like that. So definitely helps and supports me. And then whenever I become partner, then I can get paid for having warm bodies. So if you just simply you watching stream on Kick will get me paid. But I'm not at that point yet. Because I hit there's multiple achievements that you need to hit. And I hit one, and then I drop another one. And then I hit the one that I dropped, and I drop the other one that I need. So, I've been edging for a very long time, and it's just not happening. So, but oh well, it is what it is. I still like my Kick Bros, and I still support them. Thank you for that. And don't get me wrong, YouTube and Rumble Bros. I see like you guys a lot too, but listen, I'm a whore after all. Yes, chat, say it with me. I love and support the nation of Israel. Yes, I do too. I am Israel's #1 fan. Make Israel great again. Well, what can I say? What can I say here? I know, my schnoz is so big that when I stick my tongue out, I'm licking the snot that drips out of it. Delicious and salty. Plus $7,000. I wish. Juice rocked. Fun fact about me. Actually, for old lore about me. When I was on Twitch, and I could use Stream Elements because Stream Elements doesn't work with everything else. Basically, I had a dono alert that was Juice Rock from Sam Side $1 Million Extreme. And but then I lost my Twitch, so then Stream Elements became useless. And I just haven't bothered getting alerts again. I probably should now that I'm monetized on YouTube, because now I could do that. But I've been so used to not having alerts that I just kind of forgot. But I do miss my Juice Rock alert, because that was funny. That was nice, actually. Didn't those people get Jewed and never actually get their $7,000? Yeah, I heard something about that. That they didn't actually get their full pay, and I wasn't really paying attention. I just kind of like laughed at it, being like, ha ha ha, they got Jewed, But whatever. Like, that's what they get for shilling for Israel, I guess. At least, chat, I'm not getting $7,000 of host or whatever the deal was for that shit. I feel like I have negative in my bank account. Oh yeah, like, since I'm going on vacation this weekend, right? I'm actually kind of more scared. I'm gonna be put on like a no-fly list, or I'm gonna show up to the airport. They're gonna scan my ID, and they're gonna be like, yeah, we can't allow you onto the flight now. I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, I know I've, ruined my future by talking about these different things, but okay, well, there we go. I'm hoping that, that's not the case. I'm hoping that I'm still small and non-existent, that I can still fly. Yeah. Also, sorry about the head pats. I didn't realize that StreamerBot was down. I'm not sure if it crashed or if did I restart my computer recently? I frankly can't remember what I've done. But I didn't have StreamerBot open, so therefore the head pats weren't being redeemed. And that makes me very sad because I like head pats. I love head pats. They're so amazing, and I've been missing them. Yeah. Well, she'll think so let her on a plane. Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'm not going on vacation after all. Imagine if you don't have real ID. The real ID doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't matter. They've been trying to get people to get real ID since the early 2000s, and they keep on pushing back the date further and further because people aren't getting it because it's stupid. But even then, like, I mean, it's not even really stupid. Like, I'm actually not completely against it. I know it's all for a new database and everything like that, but still, right? But then even still, you have the real ID. And there was another Indian truck driver or foreign truck driver that got into an accident and killed a bunch of people in Indiana a few weeks ago. And one thing I noticed is that he had the real ID. He had the little star in the corner saying it's a real ID. And then there's been other cases of other foreign truck drivers getting into accidents because they don't fucking speak English and they're not paying attention, blah, 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 blah. They also have real ID as well. And it's like, okay, so the foreigners, they don't speak English and they don't have any real paperwork other than they're here mostly illegally too. How are they getting real ID then? Like, this doesn't make sense because a lot of them are illegal or have been scamming the system, and so they have fake paperwork, but they have a real ID, and so therefore their birth certificate or whatever else they use to get their real ID in the first place should be also real, but like they're not because they're here illegally. So there's clearly something going on, even like in the red states. So like I said, this example was like Indiana, but there's been other ones like that too. It's just like, great. Congratulate. Awesome. I love it here. Wonderful. I gotta blow my nose now. His mega carrier hire anyone outside the United States and skirting laws. There are a lot of Gajan and Swift Western Express. Excuse me. And other companies and Trucker aren't happy about that. I mean, understandable. Once again, it's in our sector. As being people are losing their jobs and being replaced in real time. But I still don't get the real ID part. But there's obviously, I know there's immigration lawyers and NGOs helping these people be able to get their different paperwork needed to get these different jobs and stuff like that, and be able to get the government benefits. But still, just And all he needs is a CDL from one state to work anywhere in America. I mean, true, which I'm not actually against that part. Because I feel like there should be some sort of, well, I know there's not, but I feel like there should be a same standard across the board for truck driving and for CDL, stuff like that. Because especially when you're crossing state lines, like Rittenhouse does, you should be able to safely drive this thing that's, how many tons is a semi? I know it's fucking heavy as shit, right? Cause massive amount of damage. And you're driving for hours on end. Like, a vehicle can be used as a weapon very easily and cause mass destruction. There should be some sort of, like, you know, standard across the board in all 50 states for this shit. I'm not against the CDL from one state to work anywhere in America. It's the fact that they're real ID when they shouldn't be real ID, because that means, yeah. Okay, chat. It is 11:24. Do we, let's see. Do we have time for the other video I was going to be doing? Or one of the small topics that I had in mind? Yeah, we've been doing some React Slappa here. I was doing a bunch of reacts to make videos for while I'm gone on vacation. I'll be honest. I'm not sure if this could be turned into a video. So I kind of want to do another react. But, I mean, this could maybe be turned into a video. But we'll see. We will see how this works. But then again, I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about this in case. So, but let's see here. I know what. Speaking of the wonderful nation of Israel, Trump completely and totally endorses Jake Paul for political office. Now you're probably thinking, what does it have anything to do with Israel? It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Iran does. This doesn't. I just thought it'd be funny. I just thought it'd be funny here. Well, let's listen to the Orange Man himself endorse Jake Paul for political office. I didn't even know Jake Paul was running for political office, but apparently it's happening.
God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
So is he running for Kentucky then? I don't even know where he lives, okay? All I know about the Paul brothers is that they came to prominence, like, what, 10 years ago now? 8 years ago? Time's just a concept to me. They're really annoying. Everyone hated them. And then, like, one got into wrestling, and then I forget what the other one did. Oh, there was this one that did the Japanese suicide, forest thingy prank, where they went into the forest and had somebody react suicide over the cases, and something along those lines. I forget which one of the brothers did that. That was Logan. Okay. Like, so, I apparently, like, these days, they don't fully agree politically with each other anymore. But who actually, like, supports the Pauls brothers? I don't know. This feels like it came out completely out of left field. Have I just not been paying attention?
No, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not-too-distant future, running for political office. Okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? No, that's what we want. He's an incredible guy. A lot of courage and smarts.
God is with us. I know.
Yeah, somebody says in chat that if he's going to be running against Massey this wild. Yeah, I know. Trump hates Massey. There's a clip out there of him shitting on Massey from the same event from earlier today. I didn't have it pulled up because I didn't think it was that important. Like, yeah, they don't like each other. It is what it is. But if this is actually trying to endorse him running against Massey, that is fucking crazy. It's like, I'm neutral on Massey. He's done some good things. He's done some bad things, in my personal opinion. He's the only one not funded by AIPAC, so that's definitely one of the good things in my book. I know why Trump's unhappy with him. And like I said, I can understand in some cases. But to put Jake Paul to run against Massey, I mean, I don't know anything about Jake Paul's politics, so hey, maybe he's actually secretly based, and actually has some good stuff. But just going based off what I do know about him and his history with his brother, what are we doing here? Where did this come from? Like, why is this really the best option you had? Okay, fine, you got a hate boner against Massey. Okay, I understand even if I don't fully agree. But why Jake Paul? If that's the case, and even if it's not against Massey, which, you know, somebody says that he's gonna have to switch jurisdictions to run against Massey, so I guess that's okay, a possibility. But still, what? What's it going for? Like, I don't know. This just seems completely out of left field to me. But it does exist. It does exist now. So if you see Jake Paul running for office sometime soon, don't be surprised. Either desperation of the Paul family in Trump pocket? I mean, possibly. I mean, obviously they're in, obviously they're in Trump's pocket. He just got the complete endorsement. Did you see how much he said endorsement there? Like he said endorsement. That was so strong. Now, if Jake Paul does something in 6 months and pisses him off, then we'll see how long that lasts. But still. And then Trump says we have won the Iran war.
Paducah. And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
I mean, there's two ways to go about this. There is two ways to go about this. Because the first one is, okay, yeah, Iran's not going to win this, right? I feel like even the people who are against the Iran war, including me, know that, yeah, Iran's not going to win this. They don't have the capability for this. But they are going to be fighting tooth and nail to the last breath. And it's not even really the fact that, like, I have problems with Iran being bombed. Okay, great. Glass the Middle East. I don't give a fuck about the Middle East. More Muslims dying? Oh, what a tragedy. What a tragedy there, right? Like, I don't really care about that. The issue is that it's technically still ongoing, and he even admits himself that it's always bad to save when it's still going, but yeah, we've won. We won within the first hour. If we won within the first hour, why is it still going? Like, technically, here's the problem is I'm gonna be pedantic for a second. Like, yes, Iran's going to lose, but the war is still happening. It's supposed to be a special military operation, but it's going on for days. It's now been a couple weeks. They originally said it's gonna be 4 to 5 weeks. Then there's a report that's gonna last till September. There's rumors about boots on the ground, but those are just rumors at the moment. There's a whole bunch of things that are happening that could possibly drag this out and make it seem like that the Trump administration doesn't actually know what they're doing. That this has definitely gone a lot longer and not the way that they expected. They're just trying to save face to the American Republic, which really does seem to be the case in my personal opinion. Like, great, yeah, blast them. I don't fucking care. Listen, the whole entire sandbox needs to go. But, we got Iran and their proxies maybe planning attacks on U.S. soil, attacks on U.S. oil and energy infrastructure in Iraq, says U.S. State Department. FBI warns California police departments that Iran may retaliate against the United States by launching offensive drones toward the west coast of the United States, ABC. And then, let's see, he does say within the same event that we're not finished yet, which is just this clip right here, going on. Like, there's still a decent amount happening within the Iran war in itself. We got Iran sinking a U.S. oil tanker in the Persian Gulf that happened today. So, like, it's still very much ongoing, and we don't actually have a proper timeline for this because nobody knows what's fucking happening. Like, yes, Iran's gonna lose. Yes, this hurts China, and that's good. Yes, I'm happy that, that Iran's being bombed, and that's fun stuff, right? But what are we sacrificing in the process? We already had 7 people die. That we know of. And then they've come out multiple times and said that Israel was literally the one that dragged us into this. And then they have reports that supposedly Iran was going to attack Israel first, and so we did counter measures. Of course, my boomer dad will say, oh, well, they're our allies, so therefore we must defend them. I say, fuck that shit. We let them attack, and then we attack back. You get a lot more support that way. Plus, it'd just be the Israelis being hurt, not actual real Americans. That's what I care about first and foremost. Thank you for the bless yous. Thank you. Oh, maybe. Hold on. There might be more. Possibly. I can feel it tingling in my nose, my nostrils. Oh, I'm gonna blow my nose. Give me a second. Okay. The tingling has gone away. Thank God. What was I saying here? No, you will not get the nose cummies. No nose cummies for you. The only cummies you should have is from your own dickhole. I'm not gonna give you that either. I mean, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. Never mind. Okay, hold on. Back to Iran. Back to Iran. The U.S. and Israel do not have an alliance. I know. They hate our fucking guts. And they're just using us, and exploiting us endlessly. But my dad's a little boomer, and when I briefly brought up the Iran war with him when it started, he went on a 5-minute rant about how it's. Well, I would say rant, but he went on for 5 minutes talking about how they're their ally, and we have to do our best to protect them and take care of them. And of course, we're gonna work with our ally because they blah 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 blah. And I just sat there, just like, I love you, Dad. But man, you're such a boomer. In that case. Yeah, there's really good reasons. Well, no. And there is a little bit of, there is some truth to what Rubio said, where like, if we get attacked, then people would complain that we didn't do anything in the first place to stop the attack from happening. I do think that would occur, but that's where you just don't admit that you know you're going to be attacked. The government already lies as it is, right? So if you just, and not to mention, if Israel's going to be the one being attacked and not America, who fucking cares? Good riddance. Use them as a sacrifice and be like, oh, okay, well, Iran's acting up again, so therefore we gotta smack them down. And that would give them a lot more incentive. Now, I still would be a huge fan of the fact that we Israel got attacked, so therefore we're going to war. But at least I could maybe see where the whole, they're gonna get close to nuclear weapons. We've been saying the same thing for 30 years now. Is actually some truth. It's so something like that, because Iran's actually being active and attacking, not doing their own thing that they've been doing for, once again, decades now. Like, I don't like Iran. I don't like the Muslims. But they really didn't seem like a threat. And they say there was a threat there, but we've used that excuse too many times for the other wars, and how has not worked out very well. This doesn't all line up. This doesn't all line up. So I'm sure Iran once again will lose, because we are superior military, and we'll blast them before things get way too out of hand. Well, I guess we won't be actually dropping nukes, right? But the biggest issue with Iran's military is the fact that they're so decentralized. They don't have one person leading the charge and calling the shots, and you kill them and it's all over, right? It's a fucking Hydra. You kill one and two grows back. So the reason why, even though we killed Cobb many, and then we've killed the other one, and then we've killed even more top officials, it's just that they just keep us springing back up to life, because they've been prepared for this for such a long time that they can still function without a real head of the government and just constantly fight back until they're all, literally the whole place is gone. So either we need to wipe them out completely, or go in with boots, and I'd rather not go in with boots. I'll take the former happily. They've been a threat for a while. Politicians just couldn't pitch politicians couldn't pitch another forever war to people. Well, they still fucking can't. Like, nobody fucking supports this shit. Like, I do believe that they're one of the bigger state sponsors of terror and stuff. That's because they're Muslim. The issue isn't Iran itself. The issue is Islam. And the only way to kill Islam is either, once again, glass the Middle East, or at the very least, stop actually just importing all the Muslims into the Western world and let them be contained within the Middle East. And then you can glass them all once they're in one bowl together. Like, you don't just let them all in and all that fun stuff. Like, we don't have to worry about this shit. We do not need to go in within boots. Remember that Iran declared 47 years ago, and 80% of the general population is over 70% not Islamic. Okay, so I don't want us to go in with boots. But here's the problem with both those statements, right? Okay, Iran declared war with us 47 years ago. Well, I'm sorry, but it's like twice my fucking age right there. Okay? How long it's been. And nothing has happened on US soil. In that case. And technically, if you want to go back, if we're going to go 47 years, we can go back further than 1953 when we overthrew their government, where they actually democratically elected somebody, and then the CIA went and overthrew that shit and installed the Shah. And then the Iranian people just overthrew the Shah and with their own, and then declared war on the United States. And then we wonder why they fucking hate us. Also the Muslims, so there's also that factor. So if we're going to be going back that far, we can go back a little bit farther to where it actually all started in that case. Which is fucking retarded. And then the whole, like, the not Islamic, I don't fucking care. They clearly support it in some way, shape, or form. Like, I don't care about the people. I really don't give a flying fuck about the people there. I know it's cold and heartless of me to say this, and a very hot take, but I don't give a shit about the Iranians. I don't care about the videos of them protesting the government, how much they hate it, and the ones that were slaughtered. Like, yeah, okay, tragic, I agree. Like, it's like that's a horrible thing for a government to do, but they're a foreign country and a halfway across the world that has nothing to do with me, when my country in itself already has a million other problems and I'm being demographically replaced in real time. There's an actual genocide happening against white people in real time right now as we fucking speak. I don't give a shit about the Iranians. And then I've also seen videos of Iranians supporting the local government, and upset about Khamenei's death and everything like that. I've seen both sides of the thing, so I don't really give a shit about the people. I care about the actual Americans, and how many the fact that 7 Americans have died is already a tragedy. And they're all white men, because we don't have enough, white men to lose as it is. Like, and then there's also talk about, like, using militias as well. That we're gonna try to find some militias there to help start a rebellion and all that fun stuff. Like, that's worked out well. Like, we literally created ISIS ourselves. We also created Al-Qaeda. Every single fucking terrorist group that we had problems with before in the past, we funded and gave arms to, and then they turned on us because they could. Like, no, we're not gonna. I don't want us to do the same shit in Iran. We're not making the same mistake over again. Oh, we are? Fuck. God fucking damn it. Like, like, the Kurdish militias have already moved in, I believe. I've heard mixed reports about the militias saying, no, fuck you, we're not being sacrificed again. And I've seen others saying that, like, about different stuff. Like, there's a reason why it's been such a fucking mess with this war. So, it's just... it's such a fucking disaster. Once again, I'm for bombing Iran. I'm not for bombing Iran on behalf of Israel and possibly sending boots on the ground, because it's a rumor. It's a rumor. I know Trump says he's not gonna put that option off the table, which makes sense in war, right? Like, which is supposed to be a special military operation, but it's a war, even though they say it's also a war, but it's a special military operation. Anyways, I get you don't want to rule off every single possibility, right, when it comes to it, but here we go. There is a YouTube channel, which is fan-fucking-tastic, by the way. Highly recommend checking it out. I need to listen to the most recent update. There we go. S2 Underground here. And there was one from a few days ago, the 6th. So how this YouTube channel works is that he's got access to like police radios, military and radios, and like a whole bunch of like other different things where he's able to actually map and find out a whole bunch of like local information for different things and what's happening. And there was one from a few days ago where the hospitals in the Middle East, I forget exactly where, but they were being evacuated and supplies of plasma and other resources were being stockpiled. And there's other things happening too, which implies that they're getting ready to send boots. And so that's what makes me believe more than likely that it could possibly happen. Not just like the NBC reporting that it's a possibility, anything like that. It's a fact that there's preparations that seem to be being put in place to make it happen. And once the boots go on the ground, then I'll be screaming like a typical woman and screeching about what's going on, because that's where the endless war is going to start. Right now, I think it can be handled within, relatively quickly, right? Just keep doing airstrikes, keep bombing them, slowly but surely knock them all out. Maybe this will actually last 4 to 5 weeks. Still not happy about it, but it is what it is. It could be worse, right? Soon as boots go on the ground, no, it's due over. We're gonna have another Afghanistan or Iraq or anything like that. Blood drives are the key. That's what they're watching in China. So yeah, that's basically what it was said. Let me see if I can find the part here. Hold on, give me a second. You know what? I'll just play it for you guys because this is good information overall.
Analysts comment. Right, security may even have the authority to sign surrender papers at this point. On the home front, in the United States, various counterterrorism and law enforcement agencies, beginning with international events, in the Persian Gulf, the war continues as before, with Iranian drone attacks remaining constant throughout the region. Dubai alone has been averaging about 100 munitions being observed each day, nearly all of which are intercepted. Flights out of Dubai and Abu Dhabi have been able to increase somewhat as Iranian drone attacks have shifted to targeting American military installations and petroleum infrastructure around the region. Camp Arif Jan and Ali Al Salim Air Base in Kuwait have been primary targets for Iranian missiles and drones, with significant targeting efforts taking place over the past 24 hours. Concerning American targeting efforts, bombings continue in Tehran and other major cities. Most military infrastructure throughout Iran has been destroyed, and President Trump has stated that no deal is sought, as only unconditional surrender is demanded. Analysts comment. This has been the blanket statement since the start of the war, but it's not entirely clear as to whom Iranian military forces are supposed to surrender to. Right now, any Iranian who wishes to stop fighting doesn't really have any way to declare that intent, as the United States and Israel rather confidently keep assassinating any sort of political leadership within Iran. It's not known who would even have the authority to sign surrender papers at this point. On the home,
which that's actually a very valid point right there, which makes the whole situation even more complicated. But where was it at? In here.
Imagery within the civilian space has the possibility to impact the war. However, this move is almost certainly not to prevent the Iranians from obtaining targeting data, and implementing this policy a week after the war began, and after American radar sites have been targeted, is akin to suspended until further notice.
Aha, there it is. Okay. Sorry, chat.
SS Ford carrier strike group transited the Suez Canal heading south into the Red Sea. Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, the hospital that is the main medical hub for the CENTCOM AOR, confirmed that all prenatal care has been suspended until further notice, so that the medical center can have flexibility in treating combat casualties. On the political front, rhetoric concerning a potential boots-on-ground phase of the operation has sharply increased over the past few days, though no specific decisions have been made public. In Washington, absolutely zero sentiments indicate that the war will be over anytime soon, and combat operations throughout Iran are expected to remain constant over the next few weeks at minimum. It's been 7 days since the war began, and the USS Lincoln carrier strike group is still holding well outside the Strait of Hormuz, which is a solid indicator that despite the overwhelming strikes throughout the country, enough risk remains to prevent bringing a carrier into the line of fire more directly. The arrival of a secondary
So yeah, things. I mean, this is from from the 6th, so it's been a few days. I don't know what the other reports have been because I haven't catched up yet. There, but yeah, it's just not looking. You know, we will see if this actually works out in the end. In that case, it will. Like we'll win, but at what cost and what for? But Navy won't go anywhere. They'll be hit, though they know better. I mean, true. I hope so. Israel will get 2 things from this war: complete control of the Middle East and a very weakened United States. I feel like the United States are already pretty weak, so that's well. Okay, let me rephrase that. It depends on what you mean by weakened United States. If you mean politically, yeah, we're a fucking horrible state. We're like I'm not gonna go be like, oh, Republicans are gonna lose the midterms. I don't think we're there yet. I think it's still early enough in the year that this one Iran war can be turned around. If this gets wrapped up soon, then it'd be fine. Okay, like I'll be like, okay, I'm still not happy that it started, but you know, hey, it got settled pretty quickly, all things considered. You know, minimal losses, no boots. Okay, you know, it is what it is. At this point, it could be worse. It could be worse, right? But if it drags on, then at that point, let's see, midterms are like in what, November? So probably by like summertime, if this carries on in the summertime, that's when I could be like, okay, yeah, Republicans are gonna be having some problems there. But politically, yeah, right now we're not doing too good. Also demographics wise and everything like that. Military wise, I don't really see this affecting our military. Now, once again, quick little reminder. Military is not my specialty. I am a dumb woman, okay? I have a vagina. Military is not my specialty. But from my understanding about how our military, our strength is, what we're doing in Iran is not going to be really affecting us that strongly military-wise there. So, you know, it's, yeah. Midterms will be a slaughter for all involved. If that would be the case, we actually had a third party that could rise up. But chances are, when we don't have a third party. We don't have what Britain has with the multi-party system, where it allows a party to rise from the ashes of the dead ones, like the Conservatives and Labour, which is what Reform and Restore are doing, right? We don't have that possibility. Everybody's got the blue team or the red team. Pick your poison. Red team are one with the verdict of God and are throwing everything out because they hate themselves and they don't actually want to solve anything. They just want the money from it. Blue team is sitting in the wings seething, having nobody to really stand for, but still parroting the same thing, how much they want Whitey dead. So, both parties fucking suck. And the midterms will be very interesting to say the least, because, well, I don't see the Democrats winning just yet, but I don't see the Republicans doing super well either. And if the Democrats win, then all the problems Trump's been having right now with activist judges and the courts in general, and just not being able to do anything because he's been fucking locked in by these people. It's gonna, imagine that, but on steroids. Nothing's gonna be done. Like the presidency's over. Just spend the next 2 years just biding your time until 2028 comes around, and then we'll see what could possibly happen by then. As more than likely the case, if the Republicans lose the midterms. If they win, which I hope they do, then maybe we can get a few other good things happening. Like, we need the SAFE Act being passed, and I hope the SAFE Act gets passed, because from the little bit I've seen, right now there's some rumblings that's not going to actually get passed in the Senate, because, once again, the Republicans are fucking gay! Ugh. If we get the SAFE Act passed, that would help a lot, because it would stop places like California from cheating in their elections. It won't solve the demographic crisis at hand, but it will make things easier to deal with overall. But I'm upsetting, chat. I'm upsetting. I don't know why the writers haven't figured out that whatever oil China loses from Iran can be replaced by Russia. Stupid. And they're still engaged in Africa. What does China actually lose if Iran loses? I mean, they still have to replace it in the first place. I mean, 20% of oil is a huge fucking chunk right there. So that is a headache, regardless, and that makes them have to snuggle up with Russia even more. But yeah, there's some good arguments. Somebody did break down in my YouTube chat how it hurts China, and they made very concise and valid arguments. And if they're still here, you know who you are. And I do appreciate that because it makes a lot of sense. I still am not happy with how this war started and how it could possibly end. But I'm a woman, so I have the right to complain about things and sit here and do nothing about it. Thank you. I missed something. I know that. Thank you, Clarky, for the $5 dues. Excuse me, sir. We need you to speak to your daughter. Wait, what do you mean you need to speak to my daughter? Well, sir, we recently believe your daughter may be a 1/3 dragon, 1/3 wolf, and 1/3 antiseptic extremist. Only 1/3? Jesus Christ. Man, I'm gonna have to get at least almost a half. Jesus Christ, I can't believe they got those facts wrong there. Man, I'm gonna tell the security about that. Jesus. Oh shit. Thank you, Plate Ethereal, for the fucking 50 shekels. Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you so much. Over on Rumble specifically. Hell yeah, dude. Damn, I leave for a while and come back to see you on S2's channel. Glad to see you watch him. Yeah, on occasion. On occasion, just to kind of get some things. I try to find some stuff myself, but when it comes to military aspects, he's a lot better for that kind of stuff. And it's good learning. Very good learning. But thank you for the 50 shekels. Thank you. Thank you. I think I missed something else, didn't I? Over on Kick in particular. What did I miss? Oh, Dave, 414. Thank you for celebrating your sub baby for 5 months in a row. The special military operation in Iran is going perfect, according to glorious leader Trump. I mean, it could be going a lot worse. Here's the thing. For all my criticism about the war, it could be going a lot worse. But yeah, everything about it has just been a mess. And I can't wait for this to be over. Please let it be over sooner than later. Like, at this point. When you go into a war with no specified objectives, how do you expect to win it? Even S2 Underground pointed out that the US doesn't know what it wants to do with Iran despite starting the war. The winning is, I'm assuming, whenever Israel tells them to stop. I'm only half joking, seeing that Israel's the one who got us started in the war in the first place. The other thing I imagine is just Iran surrendering, even though they keep on saying they're never going to surrender. And they're not stopping. That's my other guess, just whenever they surrender. Which, how do they surrender? Don't fucking know. We keep bombing the shit out of the leaders that keep on taking charge, and they're so decentralized. They are doing not guerrilla warfare, but that's how I'm kind of imagining in my head, right? I'm just imagining random Iranians in the mountains with some little like underground bunker at a stone, calling the shots on whatever like payphone that they have, or walkie-talkie. And be like, okay, we gotta strike the oil tankers at these coordinates exactly there on the Persian Gulf. And then that one gets bombed. And then another Iranian is in another bunker in another mountain, a different area of Iran. Because Iran's fucking massive. Like, if you look at the map of Iran, it's massive and super mountainous. And they're doing the same thing. And we just have to bomb them all to win. Which the thing is, they're not gonna surrender. This is life or death to them. They don't give a shit. It's literally, like I said, the only way they're gonna lose is if they'll die. And, well, the only way that's gonna happen is we keep on bombing and we send the troops, and I don't really want the troops being sent. Iran's 3 times the size of Texas. Yeah, it's fucking massive. Like, I wasn't aware how big Iran was until I saw, you know, a map of like of one of those videos where they take. Because the thing is, when you're on Google Maps, right? They don't. It's not actually to scale for how things are, and so there's some videos out there that take like different countries and then like place them in different parts of the map that actually make them more to scale for how it is, right? And I was like, holy fucking shit. Okay, then that's pretty fucking big, actually. Okay. I mean, it's still a sandbox, and I don't really give a fuck about it, but okay. It is guerrilla warfare, since the only way a weaker state like Iran can win against a behemoth like the United States. Source: War of the Flea. Must read, in my opinion. I mean, I guess it could be. I don't know. I was a little bit hesitant to call it guerrilla warfare just because of, like, like I said, military is not my specialty. Once again, right? Not my specialty. But it's, which I probably shouldn't be talking about since that's the case, but oh well, here I am. And I didn't want to like misuse the term because of that factor. But I'm glad I actually kind of got the right idea from it, from my observation. Oh, thank you, Soap. I'm gonna call you Soap for your $5 dues in your foreign currency. I feel like you wait. Have you super chatted before? I recognize the D. I just don't recognize where it's from. Have a nice stream, Foxwoman or Bella. I don't know what you are. I'm an amalgamation. I'm not a fox. Stop misgendering me, okay? I'm a wolf. Well, Art Wolf. Amalgamation. Where? Does it count as boots on the ground if Air Force Special Reconnaissance gets sent to help coordinate airstrikes? Part of me wants to say yes, part of me wants to say no. But it definitely gets into dangerous territory regardless, where I get a little bit upsetty. A little bit upsetty spaghetti there. Well, did you hear that there apparently been Israeli boots on the ground in Iran already? Good, they can go die. There you go. I don't give a shit about them. It's Americans I care about. Holy, you're the first one that spelled my name correctly? Really? Normally, it's the opposite. Like, normally I mispronounce everyone's name because I can't fucking pronounce shit. But, like, it's Soap, right? Like, when you have a vowel and then a consonant and then the E makes the first vowel into being the... I forget what the fuck it's called. But the... I call it the, like, the the lighter version of it. Right? So it's Soap. You get the O. It makes the O more pronounced. There. Because I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce fucking shit. SF doesn't really count as boots on the ground. Yeah, this like the quotations I use for really are doing a lot of work right there. Like, it's definitely a gray area. I feel like, where it's not actually, you know, boots. It's not like the army going in or anything like that. But it's definitely Americans there risking their lives by basically being physically present on the land, and it definitely rubs me the wrong way, to say the least. But anyways, chat. I hope you enjoyed the React Sloppa stream. We'll be doing another React Sloppa stream on Friday before the vampire campaign starts on Arch's channel. That will be Friday, episode 2, where I get to be a Nazi vampire. Literally role playing in this case. And we'll do some more React Sloppa on Friday before that though. YouTube bros, I'm sending you over the Oko. Kick bros, I'm also sending you over the Oko. Mostly because for some reason Kick's not working. And therefore I can't see who's live tonight. So if Oko is live on YouTube, that means he's live on Kick. So that's where I'm sending you guys. There. Thank you for all your silly puppies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and I'll see you Friday. Have a good night. Have a good night. Hasta la vista. I feel like I'm supposed to say something else, but I've already forgotten. And so therefore it'll be Friday. And then we can go from there. Goodbye. Bye. 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 I still feel like there was something else I was gonna say, but I guess bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?